Trial resumed. Jury not present.
The court said, "Good morning."
All counsel said, "Good morning, Your Honor."
The court said, "Would you make your appearances, please?"
Mr. Finkel said, "Good morning, Your Honor." Ryan Finkel and Justin Horton for the government. We're joined by Isabel Loftus, a paralegal specialist with our office. Juliana Murray and Micah Ferguson will be joining us shortly.
Ms. Shrofa said, "Good morning, Your Honor." On behalf of Mr. Kwok, Sabrina Shroff, Sid Kumraju, Scott Skirick, and Matt Barkin. Also present at counsel table is Mr. Salazar.
The court said, "Please be seated. Is there anything before we get started at 9:30?
Ms. Shrofa said, "Not from the defense, Your Honor."
Mr. Finkel said, "Not so much of an issue from the government. I just want to update the court on scheduling. If the court would like."
The court said, "Okay."
Mr. Finkel said, "So the government, assuming we can get a certain document in today, we believe we'll hopefully be able to rest tomorrow, if tomorrow is a full day. If tomorrow is not a full day, I'm not sure. We have, I would say, 2 medium-length witnesses today and 2 short witnesses today. That's our plan. I'm not sure what the cross is going to be on the medium-length witnesses. If it's consistent with some other crosses, we might not even be able to get those through today. We received the defense's witness list over the weekend, which we appreciate that they provided. There are 11 witnesses on the witness list, possibly 12. We might stip on 1 witness. The defense estimates that they can complete those 12 witnesses, or 11 witnesses assuming the stip, by July 3rd is my understanding. That does not seem realistic to the government, particularly if those days are half days. A lot of the witnesses, of the witnesses, 3 of them are experts, which are going to take some time. There are a number of witnesses who, some of them, we don't really know what their testimony is going to be because there's no 26.2 material for those witnesses. We can guess, and I think it's basically they'll sort of put in Guo's life story and other issues. I don't know. But in any event, when we've done the 9:30 to 2:45 days, on average we've done about 2 witnesses a day. Some days we've done 3, some days we've done 1. At that 2 witness a day clip, we're very easily into the end of July at this point, and that's assuming the defendant doesn't testify. And if the defendant testifies, which of course he is entitled to do, and is entirely his right if he chooses to, I imagine such testimony will take days. He's going to have to explain, I imagine, all the videos, the recordings, all the statements, the businesses, the investments. It's going to take a lot of time, and so is the cross. So the way the government is looking at this is, we certainly defer to the court on what makes the most sense in terms of scheduling. But if the goal is to complete this trial all in by July 12th, it does not seem feasible to the government to continue to sit just until 2:45. And maybe it's extending just a little bit each day or on certain days. But the government does believe we need to extend the days to make sure we get all this in. And at a minimum, we would ask Your Honor to at least let the jury know that the week of July 8th, that sort of last week, would be a full day, because assuming things go as the defense anticipates, and the government certainly hopes, it would seem to the government that week would be jury addresses and deliberations, which I assume the court, and maybe I'm wrong to assume this, but I assume the court would want to sit until 5 for those events. So sort of the bottom line, Your Honor, coming back full circle, is, given what we understand the defense case is going to be, we believe that the court should consider sitting longer days to make sure we meet the end of the trial by July 12th. Which is what the court predicted for the jury, and what the parties had assumed would be the case.
Mr. Kumraju said, "Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning." So what I would propose is, I think I heard Mr. Finkel say that the government would like to discuss with the court and the parties the idea of possibly extending certain days. You know, maybe some a little bit, maybe some a little bit more. I think it might be productive for us to have a conversation with the government. Because we're not opposed to doing some modification of the schedule to make sure that we complete the trial in a timely fashion. I don't know that the defense believes that that's necessary to sit full 9 to 5 days every day. And our witnesses. While there are 11 of them, some of them are. I anticipate, particularly in light of Your Honor's recent ruling, some of them may be under 30 minutes. And our experts. It's hard for me to envision any of their direct examinations being more than 60 to 90 minutes. So I think we'd be well on track, but I think what we would propose is to have that discussion with the government. See if we can arrive at something mutual that we all believe can get this trial done in the right time. Propose it to Your Honor for Your Honor's consideration, and, if Your Honor agrees, then propose that to the jury. That would be my proposal.
Mr. Finkel said, "So, Your Honor. Certainly happy to speak with defense counsel more about this, and try to reach an agreement. I would just ask 2 things. 1, I'm not sure. But, a number of the defense witnesses will require a translator, which will extend matters. If there are 3 experts, who are 60 to 90 minutes, let's assume that it's 75 minutes on average. Let's say it's a half hour of cross. That itself is 2 days. So if they think they're going to put their entire 11 witnesses in 4 days, it just doesn't seem feasible. Candidly. And I wish it was. I hope it moves quickly. I really do. The second point, Your Honor, is we would ask that tomorrow, to the extent it works for Your Honor and for the jury, that we would extend the day until either we complete our witnesses for the day or 5 o'clock, whichever happens sooner. There is 1 witness, if we need them, and hopefully we won't. But if there's 1 witness we need for custodial purpose, that would have to be on Wednesday. That person is not available until Wednesday morning. But anyway, that's sort of where we are. But I very much accept the invitation to have a discussion with defense counsel, and would ask Your Honor to consider sitting tomorrow later.
Mr. Kumraju said, and just on the cross-examination point, Your Honor. We have been working to try to make them more efficient. We'll continue to do that. I'll just give Your Honor an example. On Friday, I believe Special Agent Luciano testified on direct for 107 minutes. And I believe Ms. Schroff's cross-examination was 26 minutes. Which is about the same length of time that Special Agent Luciano testified about photographs. About towels and slippers, and lead paint disclaimers in the contract. So we are working to try to make our crosses more efficient. I assume the government will do the same. We are looking at our witness list. We're trying to stipulate to certain things with the government to try to even shorten that list even further. But candidly, our witnesses are not of the same length that the government's are. We don't have 3, or 4, or 5-hour witnesses that impact the average that Mr. Finkel was talking about. So again, I propose that we speak with the government. Maybe we can come up with a resolution that avoids Your Honor having to resolve a dispute. But that would be my proposal.
The court said, so what I think that I would like to do is ask them to stay late on Tuesday and Wednesday. I cannot stay late on Thursday, and so I will ask that question when they come out this morning. If there's anybody who absolutely cannot stay late on Wednesday and Thursday, in the meantime, you will have your discussion. Of course, I wish that you had had this discussion during the break. But I urge you to talk to each other. Anything else?
Mr. Ferguson said, yes, Your Honor. Just a couple points to try and streamline the examination of the bankruptcy witness. Mr. Douglas Skalka. He is a local counsel in Connecticut to the bankruptcy trustee. In his direct examination, we are trying to hew very closely to the narrow presentation of particularly probative, relevant evidence from the bankruptcy As we laid out in our motions in limine and as the court ordered we were permitted to do. We hope that it will be an efficient presentation. And, the first point, Your Honor, is just that by calling someone related to the bankruptcy, it doesn't mean that cross-examination is now a trial within a trial about the separate bankruptcy case. It should be focused, of course, on what was elicited in the direct examination. That's just one point. And hopefully, to Mr. Kamraju's point, the defense is, doing focused cross-examinations now as well. There are two other points to raise, Your Honor, just about evidentiary disputes, as I understand them to be disputes. The first relates to the custodial witness we may need to call on Wednesday. One of the pieces of evidence we were hoping to just include in Mr. Skalka's testimony about the bankruptcy relates to transcripts from what are called 341 meetings of creditors. As I understand it, in a bankruptcy proceeding, the debtor has to testify at a proceeding that is sort of organized and administered by the DOJ's Office of the Trustee. It's a component of the Department of Justice that sort of helps facilitate bankruptcy proceedings. I'm not an expert in that, but that is my understanding. They hold these meetings, they record them. They get transcribed.
The court said, is it sworn? Are the statements sworn?
Mr. Ferguson said, yes. And Mr. Skalka was not present at those meetings. But we were still hoping to offer selected excerpts of the defendant's testimony at that through Mr. Skalka, since he is sort of our bankruptcy witness for this type of evidence. He wasn't present at these meetings, however. We understand that the defense is going to object on authenticity grounds to offering these transcripts. Now, as Mr. Finkel indicated, we can call the attorney from the Office of the Trustee, who is in New Haven. She has court on Tuesdays. Rather than trying to disrupt the court in New Haven's schedule, she could be available Wednesday morning to come and say, yes, this was a recording, this is the testimony. Here's the transcript. And that would be the extent of it. We're not really sure why that would be necessary to do that. We're hoping it would be efficient to just offer them through Mr. Skalka. But that's ultimately up to the defense, I guess. What Mr. Skalka can say is that, as local counsel in the bankruptcy proceedings, he received these transcripts, he's used them in filings, they've been relied on in court. But like I noted, he wasn't present at the meeting itself. The second issue, Your Honor, relates to, and I'm not sure if we want defense counsel to address the first and then I can raise the second.
The court said yes. I'd like to hear from the defense on that issue of the transcripts.
Mr. Kamraju said, yes, Your Honor. All we're asking for is for the government to authenticate documents in the way that the law requires. We are happy to talk to them about potential stipulations, as we have already. And even in the context of this document. But I don't think it is asking too much for the government to introduce evidence through witnesses who can properly authenticate it. We've had that issue before, during this trial. And that's it. This witness, I think Mr. Ferguson essentially conceded, does not have personal knowledge to authenticate that. And as defense counsel, it's hard for me to see how I can just automatically stipulate to something that the government doesn't have a basis for the witness to put in. So Mr. Skalka, I don't believe, is coming up first, so if they'd like to continue that discussion, I'm happy to. But it's pretty clear this witness does not have the ability to authenticate these transcripts.
The court said, but your client certainly would know what he said, right? In other words, you could stipulate, based upon your client's representation to you, that these were his words.
Mr. Kamraju said, well, they're in English, Your Honor, first of all, so.
The court said, well, of course they could be translated.
Mr. Kamraju said, they could be, Your Honor, but I'm not sure how that, let me put it this way. My client could tell me if he recalls, during the course of this interview, giving these answers in connection with these questions. I don't know that he'll be able to do that. But even if he was able to do that, I'm not sure that obviates the government's requirement to authenticate the documents.
The court said, it's not a question of whether it obviates the government's obligation. It's a question as to whether or not you'll stipulate. It's your call, of course. You make your decisions as to how to best represent your client. And so if there is no stipulation, then that witness will have to be called. What is the second issue?
Mr. Ferguson said, the second issue, Your Honor, is. Part of the testimony relates to this $37 million transfer from the Himalaya Exchange's bank accounts to the bankruptcy attorney that was representing May Guo, Mr. Guo's daughter, who claimed to be the owner of the yacht, the Lady May. One of the main disputes that sort of led to the bankruptcy related to the Lady May, Your Honor. And there was a $37 million loan from the Himalaya Exchange entities to May Guo that was then put in escrow, because the yacht had been moved outside the jurisdiction of the United States. It relates to a draft loan agreement related to that. So the executed loan agreement is filed on the docket, filed by both parties in the bankruptcy. Mr. Skalka is going to introduce that document. There was sort of a global agreement related to this $37 million escrow early on in the bankruptcy. There's also an initial draft of that loan agreement where the lender was not the Himalaya Exchange entity but ACA Capital Group, which, Your Honor may recall, is the entity that had the bank account in Abu Dhabi that the government alleges basically used a money laundering slush fund to cycle fraud proceeds into and then back out of? Back into the United States. That draft loan agreement was produced in discovery by the attorneys for the entity that is the borrower, basically the shell company that May Guo was the listed owner of. And Mr. Skalka, it was produced in discovery to the trustee. Mr. Skalka has access to that discovery. It's Bates stamped with that entity's name. He's going to identify that as a draft loan produced in discovery. We're going to offer it. We understand the defense is going to object to that. I just wanted to raise it so maybe we can handle it now rather than at a sidebar during the jury's time.
The court said, so your witness would merely be stating that this is a document that he received. He doesn't have any personal connection to the document.
Mr. Ferguson said, correct, Your Honor. It's a draft loan agreement between the final executed version that's filed on the docket by both parties in connection with the bankruptcy proceeding. This is just a draft version of it that was produced by that party in discovery to the trustee.
The court said, so are you saying that the final document is something that we have a stipulation on?
Mr. Ferguson said, no, Your Honor.
The court said no.
Mr. Ferguson said, I don't think they're objecting to the final.
The court said, they're not objecting to the final. They're objecting to the.
Mr. Ferguson said, I'm not certain. That was maybe I'm assuming. I thought it was the draft.
Mr. Kumraju said, Your Honor, I can clear that up. We won't object to the final coming in.
The court said, but you do object to the draft.
Mr. Kumraju said, we had objected to the draft, Your Honor. Frankly, I was curious about what the basis for authentication was that Mr. Ferguson was going to address for the draft.
The court said, well, it's the problem of authentication that he's raising.
Mr. Kumraju said, right. I raised the problem of authentication because I don't think it comports with Your Honor's prior ruling. For example, we dealt with this issue with the G Club documents in Ms. Reyes's testimony, and the government offered them. Said that Ms. Reyes could authenticate them on the basis of her recognizing the signatures and recognizing those documents as being sort of the packet that G Clubs had typically used. So because she had sort of inside knowledge, right, because she worked there. Mr. Skalka doesn't have that. I think, Your Honor, that if I have a discussion with Mr. Ferguson, we may be able to resolve this issue as well.
The court said, I hope so. So you'll talk to each other and we'll start at 9:30.
Mr. Kumraju said, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Ferguson said, thank you, Your Honor.
Recess.
The court said, would you have the jurors brought in?
Continued on next page. Jury present.
The court said, please be seated. Good morning, jurors.
The juror said, good morning.
The court said, welcome back. Due to circumstances beyond my control and the control of the parties, it looks like we're going to need some extra time. Otherwise, I don't think we'll be able to finish by July 12th. And so I would like you to stay until 5 tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So today we stop at 2:45. Tomorrow you'd be staying until 5, Wednesday until 5, Thursday until 2:45, and Friday off. Is there anyone who absolutely cannot do that? If you would just state your number.
Juror said, 10.
The court said, and what is it that you're not able to?
Juror said, I can't on Wednesday. I have.
The court said, I can't hear you.
Juror said, I can't on Wednesday.
The court said, but tomorrow you can. Okay.
Juror said, I can't on Wednesday either.
The court said, so we will not be in session until 5 on Wednesday. Alrighty. So let's continue with the examination of the witness.
Mr. Ferguson said, yes, Your Honor. The government calls Amy Buck.
The court said, alrighty.
Witness sworn.
The court said, please state your name and spell it.
The witness said, Amy Buck Faundez. AMYBUCK-FAUNDEZ.
The court said, you may inquire.
Mr. Ferguson said, thank you, Your Honor.
Amy Buck Faundez, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows. Direct examination. By Mr. Ferguson.
Good morning, Ms. Buck.
Good morning.
Where do you live?
New Jersey.
What do you do for work?
I'm a real estate attorney.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, if we could please publish Government Exhibit Z12 at page 19. Ms. Buck, have you ever seen this before?
I have not.
Focusing you on the bottom right, can you read the text in the bottom right box?
Buck ESQ LLC, Attorney Trust Account.
What's the name of your LLC?
Buck ESQ LLC.
Were you involved in the purchase of the property at 675 Ramapo Valley Road in Mahwah, New Jersey?
Yes.
What's the name you referred to that property as?
Crocker Mansion.
And what was your role in the purchase?
Ms. Strofa said, may I have the exhibit taken down if it's not being used?
Mr. Ferguson said, that's fine, Your Honor. We can take it down.
The court said, okay.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Buck. What was your role in the purchase of the Crocker Mansion?
I represented the purchaser in the transaction.
After the purchase, did you continue to perform work in connection with the Crocker Mansion?
I did.
And at a high level, what did you do?
I paid invoices to various contractors and vendors in relation to the property.
Now, Ms. Buck, in whose name was title to the Crocker Mansion held?
Taurus Fund LLC.
And based on your work with the Crocker Mansion, who did you understand to own the Crocker Mansion as a practical matter?
Ms. Strofa said, objection.
The court said, you may answer.
A family.
Do you know the name of the family?
I do not.
Did you ever meet them?
I did not.
All right. Now, Ms. Buck, let's back up. How do you typically get business in your real estate practice?
Through word of mouth and referrals.
Was the Crocker Mansion a referral?
Yes.
And approximately when was it referred to you?
The beginning of December of 2021.
And who referred it?
Aaron Mitchell.
And in your initial conversation, did you speak with Aaron Mitchell or someone else?
I spoke with his wife Dara.
And what's her last name?
Lawall, Lawall. I believe that's the name she practices under. I'm not certain.
And what's her occupation?
She's an attorney with her husband.
Now, in that initial conversation, what did you discuss with Ms. Lawall?
She called me.
Ms. Strofa said, objection to hearsay.
Mr. Ferguson said, it's an agent.
The court said, you can testify as to the nature of the discussion.
The witness said, okay.
She reached out to refer this particular matter to me. She told me the clients were like family to her and they were very important to them. And she also wanted to inquire about my ability to do an accelerated transaction. It was a quick cash transaction.
And Ms. Buck, was it your understanding she represented this family?
Ms. Schrofa said, objection to the leading.
The court said, so the witness can testify about the subject matter but not about actual words stated by the individual.
Mr. Ferguson said, we may need a brief sidebar, Your Honor.
The court said, okay.
At the sidebar,
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Lowell is the wife of Aaron Mitchell. They have a law firm together, Lowell and Mitchell. It's a law firm that represents the defendant. They acted as his agent in the purchase of this New Jersey property. And so,
The court said, the nature of the agency?
Mr. Ferguson said, is the attorney's relationship.
The court said, okay.
Mr. Ferguson said, and so I think she can testify to what she was told by the agents of the defendant.
Ms. Schrofa said, she's not an agent of Mr. Guo. She's a lawyer who practices law. He's somebody she's married to. But she's a separate lawyer. I mean, women do get married and still maintain a very separate professional existence. She does not have an attorney-client relationship and she's not acting as the agent.
The court said, is there an attorney-client relationship with Mr. Guo?
Mr. Ferguson said, yes. That's what she will testify to. Ms. Lowell, the testimony will be that they have a very important client to them, it's a family. They're looking for someone to help quickly close on this property in Mawa. That's perfectly permissible for her to explain what she was told about the representation by the attorney for the defendant and his family.
The court said, in addition to that, can you just give me a feel for what else you're going to elicit?
Mr. Ferguson said, yeah, of course. So that's the initial conversation. After this initial conversation with Ms. Lowell, she accepts the referral, and then thereafter, her primary point of contact is Aaron Mitchell, Ms. Lowell's husband. Also the attorney of the defendant of the same law firm that, the husband and wife's shop. And thereafter, he's the point of contact, the representative, of Taurus Fund and the family. And she deals with him and with others such as Scott Barnett, the defendant's primary bodyguard, Gladys Chow. The defendant's translator, Sean Jing, another of the defendant's personal assistants. And she has communications with them about the closing on the property and then also payment of invoices for renovations for the family on the property. Purchasing furnishings for the property, various other works that they used to trace back to investor money that was sent to Crane and sent to Hamilton and then to Ms. Buck. That's, in essence, her testimony.
The court said, short witness then.
Mr. Ferguson said, that's what I'm hoping, Your Honor.
The court said, all right. I'm going to allow the testimony.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, I just wanted to make sure it's noted. We have no objection to Aaron Mitchell and the remaining people. The government's argument here is designed to sort of obfuscate the issue. The person I'm objecting to the hearsay coming in is conversations with Ms. Lowell, who does not represent the Guo family, has not had any attorney-client relationship. And that is the narrow scope of my objection. Mr. Ferguson here went off as to all of the other people, who, arguably, they've already identified as agents or, quote-unquote, co-conspirators, but not this woman. So my objection is narrow. Just to this woman's hearsay interactions with this lawyer.
The court said, but I understand him to say that she had these dealings with the Guo entity.
Ms. Schrofa said, there is no such evidence. There is only evidence of a referral. We have no, I'm not finished, sir.
Mr. Ferguson said, if I may respond. The court is looking at me.
The court said, one moment.
Mr. Ferguson said, you're correct.
The court said, so I'm allowing the testimony.
Ms. Schrofa said, where is the relationship between her and the Guo family?
The court said, so he seeks to elicit that testimony, and I'm relying on his representation as an officer of the court. Let's go.
In open court,
The court said, you may continue.
Mr. Ferguson said, thank you, Your Honor.
by Mr. Ferguson.
Ms. Buck, what did Ms. Lowell tell you about her client in that conversation?
Ms. Schrofa said, objection. Assumes facts not in evidence.
What, if anything, did Ms. Lowell tell you about her client?
Ms. Strofa said, objection.
In that conversation?
Ms. Strofa said, objection. Assumes facts not in evidence.
The court said, you'll establish the relationship first.
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, it's just what she was told. Whom? Answer.
Ms. Strofa said, objection.
The court said, this is a conversation between whom and.
Mr. Ferguson said, between Ms. Buck and Ms. Lowell.
The court said, okay. Yes, you may continue. You may.
She told me that they were clients of theirs for a long time and they were like family to them.
Did she tell you the client's name?
She did not.
Did you understand?
The court said, and just for the benefit of the jury, Ms. Buck is who? You're Ms. Buck.
The witness said, me.
The court said, okay. I just want to make sure that we know all the parties. Go ahead.
Mr. Ferguson said, understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
By Mr. Ferguson.
All right. And did you and Ms. Lowell discuss your fees?
We did.
And what were your fees?
$2,000.
Did you accept the referral from Ms. Lowell?
I did.
After you spoke with Ms. Lowell, who was your primary contact for the Crocker Mansion deal?
Aaron Mitchell.
And what did Aaron Mitchell say his role was?
He was the authorized representative for the Taurus Fund.
And did Aaron Mitchell tell you the name of the family he represented?
He did not.
Ms. Strofa said, objection. Assumes facts not in evidence.
The court said, you may answer.
He did not.
And Ms. Buck, you can adjust the microphone. If you could pull it close to you. And you could point it right at your mouth. It will be easier to hear you.
There we go. Better?
Much better. Thank you.
Sorry.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. May I approach, Your Honor?
The court said, you may.
All right. Ms. Buck, what did I just hand you?
The witness binder.
And have you reviewed the government exhibits in that binder previously?
I have.
Does it contain documents you and your company provided to the government from your work?
Ms. Strofa said, objection to leading.
The court said, you may answer.
From your work at Crocker Mansion?
Yes.
Does it contain invoices and other records related to payments you made on behalf of Taurus Fund?
Yes.
Is it fair to say Buck ESQ LLC regularly maintains such records as part of its business?
Yes.
Does it also contain communications with agents of Taurus Fund?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. The government offers the exhibits in the binder. These are all in the GX Buck, BUCK series. These are government exhibits 34, 44, 48, 49, 50, 60, 63, 69, 77, 80, 115, 117, 127, 131, 133, 138, 141, 168, 174, 194, 218, 221, 227, 232, 235, 236, 241, 243, 375, 391, 428, 522, 524, 532, 709, 822, 851, 1204, 1260, 1261. And then 1274 through 1291, and 1293 through 1296. And the government offers those exhibits.
Ms. Strofa said, we're not going to massively agree to the admission of these exhibits. Your Honor, I don't have an authentication issue, but to the extent that we have hearsay and other objections, we maintain them.
The court said, all righty. They are admitted.
Government's exhibits Buck 34, Buck 44, Buck 48, Buck 49, Buck 50, Buck 60, Buck 63, Buck 69, Buck 77, Buck 80 received in evidence. Government's exhibits Buck 115, Buck 117, Buck 127, Buck 131, Buck 133, Buck 138, Buck 141, Buck 168, Buck 174, Buck 194 received in evidence. Government's exhibits Buck 218, Buck 221, Buck 227, Buck 232, Buck 235, Buck 236, Buck 241, Buck 243 received in evidence. Government's exhibits Buck 375, Buck 391, Buck 428, Buck 522, Buck 524, Buck 532 received in evidence. Government's exhibits Buck 709, Buck 822, Buck 851, Buck 1204, Buck 1260, Buck 1261, and Buck 1274 Buck 1291, and Buck 1293 Buck 1296 received in evidence.
Mr. Ferguson said, and Ms. Loftus, if we could also show the witness what's marked as GX Buck 1292. Just the witness. And if you could scroll up briefly just so she can see it.
By Mr. Ferguson.
What kind of document is this, Ms. Buck?
This is an Excel spreadsheet of the payments made.
And did you create this Excel spreadsheet?
I did.
Was that part of your work on behalf of Buck ESQ LLC for the Taurus Fund?
Yes.
And is this another business record for Buck ESQ LLC?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, the government offers Government Exhibit 1292.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, may I just have a brief voir dire?
The court said yes.
Voir dire examination. By Ms. Schrofa.
Ms. Buck, when was this document created?
I don't remember the exact date, but from the beginning, I started this Excel spreadsheet. When I started making payments.
And you maintained the Excel sheet throughout the course of your representation?
Yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, Okay. I have no objection, Your Honor.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit Buck 1292 received in evidence.
The court said, would you please repeat the number of the exhibit?
Mr. Ferguson said, yes, Your Honor. This is 1292. It's GX Buck 1292.
The court said, okay. Go ahead.
Mr. Ferguson said, thank you, Your Honor. All right. We can take that down, Ms. Loftus.
By Mr. Ferguson.
All right. Now, Ms. Buck, after you accepted the referral for Crocker Mansion, what, if anything, did you do to formalize the engagement?
I drafted an engagement letter.
Mr. Ferguson said, and Ms. Loftus, if we could show what's now in evidence as GX Buck 1296. All right. And what's this document?
This is the engagement letter I drafted for this transaction.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. And if we could scroll down. All right. And who signed on behalf of Taurus Fund?
Aaron Mitchell.
And what did he write in the signature line?
He wrote attorney in fact.
And what's an attorney in fact?
It's similar to like a power of attorney. He has the authorization to sign on behalf of an entity.
The court said, and what is an engagement letter?
The witness said, an engagement letter is something that attorneys use, or I use in my real estate business when I'm representing either a buyer or a seller, to formalize the engagement and to give the client information on the price and if any variables come up in the representation.
The court said, what do you mean by engagement?
The witness said, they hire me to represent them.
The court said, go ahead.
Mr. Ferguson said, thank you, Your Honor. All right. And we can take that down, Ms. Loftus.
By Mr. Ferguson.
After accepting or after the engagement letter, Ms. Buck, what did you do next?
I called the title company.
What was the name of the title company?
Insight Title Agency.
And what was their role in the purchase?
They provided the title commitment and policy and they were the settlement agent. So they handled the funds for the transaction.
What's a settlement agent?
A settlement agent is typically a title company. In New Jersey, that's how we do the transactions. They receive the deposit, the buyer's funds, they receive funds from possibly a lender if one's involved. And then they disperse the funds in accordance with the closing statement.
And after the title company and the engagement letter, what did you do next?
I asked for a copy of the contract.
What was the contract price?
$26 million.
And what were the terms of payment for the $26 million?
It was a $2 million deposit. The balance was due at closing. There was no mortgage contingency.
And when you say no mortgage contingency, what does that mean to a layperson?
It's a cash deal. All the money is coming from the buyer.
And who was the buyer listed on the contract?
Ms. Strofa said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Taurus Fund SP.
What is SP?
I'm not really sure.
To your knowledge, could an SP hold title to this property?
No. I spoke to the title company about it. And it's not a recognized entity for title purposes in New Jersey.
What, if anything, did Aaron Mitchell tell you about Taurus Fund SP?
He said they were going to form an LLC at closing.
And what entity ultimately held title to the property?
Taurus Fund, LLC.
And how was Taurus Fund, LLC structured?
Ms. Strofa said, objection.
The court said, well, if you know.
The witness said, I do.
The court said, go ahead.
It was formed in the state of Nevada. And it was 100% member, the 100% member was Taurus Fund. I'll start over. It was formed in Nevada. The sole member was Taurus Management, LLC.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. Ms. Loftus, if we can show the witness what's in evidence as GX Buck 1234. All right. And what's this exhibit, Ms. Buck?
This is a filed Articles of Organization for Taurus Fund, LLC.
In what state?
Nevada.
And just to focus you sort of towards the top middle, when was it incorporated?
December 16, 2021.
And how close was that to the closing date for the Crocker Mansion?
I believe we closed the next day, on December 17th.
Mr. Ferguson said, and if we could scroll down to page 3, Ms. Loftus. And if we could zoom on the bottom half. Just to make it larger. Who were the managers of Taurus Fund, LLC?
The managers were Taurus Management, LLC, and Scott Barnett.
Ms. Strofa said, Your Honor, I'm assuming the government is asking what the document notes as the manager, correct?
The court said, that is your question?
Mr. Ferguson said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, as to what the document says?
Mr. Ferguson said, yes.
The court said, go ahead.
By Mr. Ferguson.
And what's the address listed for those managers?
6628 Sky Point Drive, Suite 129, 1071, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89131.
Same address for both?
Correct.
All right. Now, Ms. Buck, who was Scott Barnett?
He's the manager of, listed on this document for Taurus Fund, LLC. He was also a point of contact that I was authorized to receive invoices from and pay them accordingly.
What did you understand his connection to be, if any, to the family?
I don't know. He was there, he set up their security systems. And he was handling a lot of the invoices and sending them to me and making sure they were paid. I don't know if he was a friend or an employee. I assumed he was an independent contractor.
You mentioned security. Were there significant security expenses that you helped pay?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. Ms. Loftus, if we could go to GX Buck 1233. All right. What's this document, Ms. Buck?
This is the filed Articles of Organization for Taurus Management, LLC.
And that's one of the managers of Taurus Fund, LLC?
Correct.
Ms. Strofa said, objection to the leading.
The court said, so we can do this the long way or we can do it more efficiently. The objection is overruled.
All right. And if we could just, Ms. Buck, quickly, where was Taurus Management, LLC Incorporated?
New Mexico.
Ms. Schrofa said, the objection is asked and answered now.
Mr. Ferguson said, I did not ask that.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Mr. Ferguson said, and if we could scroll to page 2. All right. And when was Taurus Management, LLC Incorporated?
December 15, 2021.
And how close was that to the incorporation of Taurus Fund, LLC?
It was the day before.
Mr. Ferguson said, we can take it down, Ms. Loftus. Ms. Buck, what, if anything, did Aaron Mitchell tell you about the reasons for this structure?
He said the client was very concerned about privacy and security and they took great length to protect their privacy and stay secure.
And what was your reaction to that?
Given the price point of the property, I assumed it was a celebrity or high net worth individual. So I wasn't surprised by the level of security.
Now, Ms. Buck, approximately when was the closing date?
On or around December 17, 2021.
And you said it was a cash deal, correct?
Ms. Schrofa said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, move on.
Who or what entity sent the cash to buy the property?
At the time I don't know because I wasn't the settlement agent. It was sent to the title company.
And did you later learn?
I later learned it was from Hamilton.
To your understanding, what was Hamilton?
My understanding, it was like a parent company to Taurus Fund, since it was a newly formed entity.
And where did that understanding of yours come from?
From conversations with Aaron Mitchell.
Now, Ms. Buck, after the closing, what work did you do?
After the closing, I paid invoices on behalf of Taurus Fund for various vendors and contractors.
And who was your primary contact for that work?
Initially, it was Aaron Mitchell.
And what, if anything, did Mitchell say about why you were asked to do that work?
Because Taurus Fund was a newly formed entity, they haven't yet opened their bank accounts. And they had renovations and work being done right after closing, so it was a short-term assignment.
And could you just describe for the jury, what your work entailed?
I would receive non-disclosure agreements and invoices to review. I would be told if they were installment contracts, what to pay on them, who to pay. I would verify the wire instructions, and I would send out wires from my trust account.
And around when did you start this work?
Immediately after closing.
And until when, approximately, did you continue making these payments?
Until February of 2023.
Generally speaking, Ms. Buck, how frequently were you making payments?
Frequently. Sometimes multiple times a day, sometimes daily. It was sometimes every few days. It was pretty constant.
What sorts of things were you paying for?
Construction and renovation, furnishings, artwork, furniture.
Overall, what was the approximate total amount you handled for payment?
Approximately $18 million.
And the money that you paid to vendors, where was that money coming to your trust account from?
It was coming from Hamilton.
Do you know where Hamilton got that money from?
I do not.
Did you think you were doing anything wrong when making these payments?
No.
Now, Ms. Buck, we looked at the engagement letter earlier. Did you have an engagement letter for this payment work?
It was a less formal engagement letter. It was through an email, but yes, it was documented.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, if we could publish GX Buck 1295. And if we could go to page 2. And scroll down slightly. That's good. Is this the email, Ms. Buck?
Yes, it is.
All right. And who did you send this email to?
Aaron Mitchell.
All right. And I'll ask you to please read the first paragraph.
As you know, the purchase of the above referenced transaction has closed. You, as authorized person for the Taurus Fund, LLC, have requested my continued representation in connection with the purchase, delivery and coordination of various furnishings and interaction with various companies/vendors in connection therewith. As Taurus Fund, LLC is a new entity and in process of opening bank accounts. I will utilize my trust account to receive funds from or on behalf of Taurus Fund, LLC to pay various vendors. I will also negotiate non-disclosure agreements with the vendors to ensure protection of the buyer and its information. The expectation is that there is approximately 5 vendors that I will be coordinating with, and Scott Barnett is the authorized person/manager of Taurus Fund, LLC, who will give me directions and written authorization to make payments.
Now just to pause there, Ms. Buck, when you said towards the middle there that Taurus Fund, LLC is in the process of opening bank accounts, where did you get that information from?
That information was from Aaron Mitchell and Scott Barnett.
And you referenced non-disclosure agreements. How common are those in your practice?
In a typical real estate transaction, residential, not as standard; in commercial, they're a little more standard. Usually bigger transactions.
Did you think there was anything wrong with using non-disclosure agreements?
No.
All right. And I won't make you read it, Ms. Buck, but what was your fee for this work initially?
$15,000.
Mr. Ferguson said, and if we could scroll up, please. I'm sorry. Scroll back down. What did Aaron Mitchell say in response?
Confirmed on behalf of Taurus.
Mr. Ferguson said, and if we could scroll back up. And keep scrolling up. Great. All right. Now what's the date of this top email, Ms. Buck?
February 21st, 2022.
And about how long after the initial email is this email?
Approximately 2 months.
And who did you send this email to?
Aaron Mitchell.
All right. And Ms. Buck, I'll ask you to please read the first 3 paragraphs.
I hope you are well. As previously discussed, my representation has surpassed our initial agreement, and you wanted me to present my fees for previous work performed, an ongoing monthly fee if the same arrangement is to continue. You may recall, my representation was to cover payments to approximately 5 vendors, handling approximately $2 million in client funds, and conclude in about a month. I had 1 point of contact at the time, Scott, not including you. My fee was a flat fee of $15,000. Such arrangement was confirmed on December 21st, 2021. To date, over $10 million of client funds have been wired to my account. Over 55 payments have been made to approximately 23 vendors. I have 3 points of contact, Scott, Sean, and Gladys, again not including you. As you know, wire instructions are verified verbally, NDAs, COIs and invoices are reviewed by me. I also discuss priorities of payments with the points of contact, review monies remaining, and any other questions they may have.
Now, Ms. Buck, the increase you reference, $10 million and from 5 vendors to 23. Was that discussed with you beforehand, or did they just happen?
They happened.
What was your reaction to that?
I wasn't happy. That wasn't what the arrangement was. But I was trying to help a client continue on with their renovations, so I didn't want to get in the way.
And again, Ms. Buck, just briefly, what was your ongoing fee for this work going forward?
$15,000.
And how often would you get $15,000?
Monthly. It was earned.
All right. Now in what you read, you listed 3 points of contact. You referenced Scott. Which Scott is that?
Scott Barnett.
The one we discussed earlier?
Yes.
All right. And Sean, who is Sean?
Sean Jing was also a point of contact that I was authorized to receive invoices from and pay them accordingly.
Did you ever meet him in person?
No.
Did you talk to him on the phone?
Quite frequently.
And what kinds of things did you talk about?
He would send me invoices, he'd check on payments, he would prioritize payments.
Do you know what company, if any, he worked for formally?
I don't know formally.
Do you know what his title was?
Ms. Strofa said, objection. Title to what?
The court said, you may answer.
He was, I think, the project manager, or the house manager. He seemed to be one at the Crocker mansion, so he knew what was getting done.
Did you have an understanding of who he worked for?
Ms. Strofa said, objection.
He worked.
The court said, overruled. If you know who he worked for, you may say.
He worked for Taurus Fund. I'm just not sure in what capacity.
And you also mentioned another point of contact, Gladys. Who was Gladys?
Gladys Chow was another authorized person who sent me invoices.
Did you ever meet her in person?
I did not.
Did you talk to her on the phone?
I did.
What kinds of things did you discuss?
She seemed to be in charge of the higher-end furnishings and artwork. So she would prioritize what needed to be paid and when.
And do you know what her title was?
I think she was a project manager too.
Ms. Strofa said, objection to think. Either she knows or doesn't know.
The court said, so if you'll just state what you know as opposed to guessing.
The witness said, understood. On some emails I saw her title as project manager. By Mr. Ferguson.
And sort of formally, do you know what company she worked for?
No.
As a practical matter, who did you understand she worked for?
She was an agent of Taurus Fund. I don't know if she had her own company or, I don't know the extent.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. Now, Ms. Loftus, if we could publish GX Buck 822. And Ms. Buck, you mentioned earlier that there were security-related expenses. What sorts of security-related expenses do you recall?
There was a security system put in place. There was, I'm sure, cameras type of things. Anyone on the property that was coming on the property signed what's called a non-disclosure agreement. That was for their protection of the buyer. There was a lot of invoices. I'm sure there was a lot of security invoices as well.
And in terms of dollar amount, were they significant?
I believe so.
All right. Now, Ms. Buck, let me direct your attention to this. Mr. Ferguson said, and if we could zoom on the bottom email, please, Ms. Loftus. All right. Now, Ms. Buck, could you please read this email you wrote?
Hi Scott, please send me a copy of the signed NDA and $100,000 invoice from the above referenced vendor. In addition, please provide authorization to wire $100,000 to this vendor.
All right. And what's the date of this email, Ms. Buck?
December 22, 2021.
And how soon into your payment work was this email?
In the first week.
And in the to line, in the header section, who is this email to?
frontsite1@outlook.com.
And whose email is that?
Scott Barnett.
And who is copied?
I'm sorry?
Who's copied on the email?
Oh, I'm sorry. Aaron Mitchell.
All right. Now your email body said the above referenced vendor. What's the subject line of the email?
Taurus payment to Labarbera Custom Homes, LLC.
And what was Labarbera Custom Homes, LLC?
It's a construction company.
Were you in contact with anyone there?
A person by the name of Vinny Labarbera.
And who is Vinny Labarbera?
He was the owner.
And what, if anything, did he do with respect to the Crocker mansion?
He did a lot of construction work. He also had a monthly, I believe, maintenance contract with Taurus Fund.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. And if we could zoom out. And then if we could just zoom on the top email. Thank you. Ms. Loftus. What did Scott Barnett write in reply?
Attached are the documents you requested and I am authorizing the payment to the vendor.
All right. And are there attachments to that email?
Yes, there are.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. Ms. Loftus, if we could scroll down. We can go to page 7. All right. Now, Ms. Buck, at the top here, can you read the very top line at the top center?
Labarbera Custom Homes, LLC.
And then directing you a little bit downward, what's the date of this document?
December 18th, 2021.
And then could you please read the line beneath that?
Taurus Fund SP 675, Ramapo Valley Road, MOA. Construction Agreement.
And could you read the sentence beneath that?
Labarbera Custom Homes, LLC to provide the following at the above referenced premises.
Mr. Ferguson said, and Ms. Loftus, if we could scroll slightly to see both pages. All right. And Ms. Buck. I want to focus you underneath where it says demolition work to be provided in the following
areas. Can you read the text beneath that?
Second level ladies master wing, third level sons wing. Third level daughters wing. Second level bedroom bath converted to laundry.
Ms. Buck, what's a wing?
It's a section of the house. It may be how the house was built. It has different wings that they branch into.
Where it says master wing, what do you understand the master wing to be?
Master is typically the primary heads of the households, spouses, husband and wife.
And son wing, what do you understand that to refer to?
Usually one of the children gets a wing.
Mr. Ferguson said, all right. Let's scroll down slightly, Ms. Loftus, please. All right. And then focusing you on the bold text daughters wing level 3. Can you just read the first line of text beneath that?
Denoted walls to be removed.
Mr. Ferguson said, and we can zoom out, Ms. Loftus. And if we could scroll down again. And focusing on ladies wing level 2, can you read the first 3 lines of text?
Denoted openings to be closed. Denoted openings formed as per plan. Marked walls to be removed.
And what do you understand ladies wing to mean?
The wife of the husband and wife duo, the primaries.
Continued on next page. By Mr. Ferguson.
And where it says denoted openings formed as per plan. Do you recall reviewing a plan for that?
I did not see the architectural plans.
And if we could just focusing you on son's wing level 3. Could you read the first line of text beneath that?
Existing theater platforms dividing wall and carpeting to be removed.
And let's go to page 10. Focusing you on the bottom, Ms. Buck. What was the total contract price for this work?
$488,300.
Is this contract signed?
This is not.
Ms. Strofa said, objection. It's not a contract.
Is this document signed?
The court said, go ahead.
It is not.
Let's go to GX Buck 168. Did you later receive a signed copy, Ms. Buck?
I did.
And you can just scroll to page 5, Ms. Loftus. Ms. Buck, is this copy signed?
It is.
Do you know who signed on behalf of Taurus Fund, LLC?
I believe that's Scott Barnett's.
Ms. Strofa said, objection to believe. Either she knows or she doesn't know.
The court said, just testify as to what you know.
Scott Barnett sent the signed contract to me.
And, Ms. Loftus, we can go to GX Buck 851. Let's actually start with page 3 if we could zoom in on the bottom email, Ms. Loftus. Ms. Buck. What's the date of this email?
January 6, 2022.
And about how long had you been doing the payment work at this point?
Less than a month.
Who is this email from?
Gladys Chow.
And what is her email address?
GladysC@hchtech.com.
Do you know what HCHK Tech is?
I do not.
Could you please read the first 2 lines of the email?
Attached are the documents for the rugs purchase. There are 2 separate invoices. $300K attachment 1, plus $200K $250K attachment 2 and the COI and NDA are attached as well.
By the way, Ms. Buck, what is a COI?
Certificate of Insurance.
What's a certificate of insurance?
They show that, in this instance, that the vendor has insurance cause they're carrying high-end furnishing, so we want to see they're insured in case something happens.
And we can zoom out, Ms. Loftus. We can scroll up to page 2. If we can zoom on that email, yes. Please. Ms. Buck, could you please read your response?
Hi, Gladys. I need fine rugs to sign off that we can directly pay the owner. They can write on their invoice or send email directing me to pay Nahid Botesisin. I also need wire instructions for Nahid. Scott, please authorize both payments for rugs.
Why did you ask Scott to authorize payments?
In the beginning with Taurus, Aaron and Scott were only the authorized representatives at this point. Gladys wasn't authorized. So I needed someone to tell me to pay them.
Can we zoom in on the response? What did Gladys say in response?
Attached is the email directing you to pay Nahid for the 2 Chinese rugs, and the wire info of Nahid is attached too. Thank you.
Ms. Strofa said, Your Honor, I think it says, Hi Amy, comma, and then goes to the body of the email.
The court said, Did you say you wanted to pause?
Mr. Ferguson said, No, I didn't want to interrupt you.
The court said, If you would just state what it says.
The witness said, You want me to reread it?
The court said yes.
Hi Amy, attached is the email directing you to pay the Nahid for the 2 Chinese rugs. And the wire info of Nahid is attached too. Thank you. Regards.
If we can zoom out and scroll up. If we could zoom on Ms. Buck's email. Ms. Buck. In your response there's an image there. What is that image?
That image is from my Excel spreadsheet.
What was that Excel spreadsheet tracking?
The payments made on behalf of Taurus Fund.
If we could zoom out and scroll up. Then what does Gladys say in response?
Please hold on with DND. The client wants to double confirm the items. Regards.
Who did you understand the client to refer to?
The family.
If we could zoom out. Let's actually go to GX Buck 532. And if we could scroll down slightly. Ms. Buck. Could you please read Gladys' initial email here?
Hi Amy, attached please find document for furniture purchase from DND Gallery. Thank you, regards.
And let's go up. What did you write back in response?
Hi Scott, please authorize payment if acceptable.
And if we could go to the next email. What did Gladys say in response?
Hi Amy, here is the final invoice and the certificate of authenticity for a total of 41 items. The principal has approved and authorized the payment. Please process the payment today. Thank you so much, Gladys.
When she said the principal has approved and authorized the payment. Who did you understand the principal to be?
Someone in the family.
If we could zoom out, Ms. Loftus, if we could scroll down. And there's attachments to this email, right? Ms. Buck?
Yes.
And could you read the description here, Ms. Buck?
A very rare and unusual antique French Louis, I don't remember my Roman numerals. 16 gilt bronze mounted buhl and silvered bronze rectangular form desk/center table of exceptional craftsmanship embellished with fine detail and adorned with gilt bronze figural mask 19th century.
That's fine. Thank you. If we could just keep scrolling through. Thank you, Ms. Loftus. We can stop there. Ms. Loftus, if we can go to GX Buck 709. Ms. Buck, focusing you on the top here. Can you read the text in the top right corner?
Flat rate elite.
And what does it say in large text to the left of that?
Your move plan.
And focusing you sort of above that in smaller text, what's the name listed?
Taurus Fund, LLC.
And what's the date on this document?
January 18, 2022.
And about how soon after the closing is that?
It's about a month.
And beneath the header, could you read the large text there what it says?
I'm sorry. I don't know where you're referring.
Do you see your upcoming elite move there?
Yes.
Focusing you beneath that where it says where, do you see that?
I do.
Could you please read the origin address?
373, Taconic Road, Greenwich, Connecticut, 06831, flights 2.5.
Do you know that address in Greenwich, Connecticut?
I do not.
Did anyone tell you what it was?
No.
Did anyone tell you who lived there?
No.
Could you please read the destination address?
675, Ramapo Valley Road, Mahwah, New Jersey, 07431, flights 2.0.
And what's at that address?
That's the Crocker Mansion address.
And when was this move scheduled for, focusing you beneath that?
Packing date Thursday, January 20th, 2022.
And when were the move-in dates?
Friday, January 21st, 2022, and Friday, January 28th, 2022.
And, Ms. Loftus, if we could zoom out slightly. Beneath what we just looked at, Ms. Buck. What was the price for this move?
$118,000.
If we could scroll to page 2 and if we can blow up the first few lines and make it larger. Ms. Buck. In the top left it says furniture, could you read on the left the first 2 lines there?
1 extra large cabinet in living room, 20 by 25 by 2 master bedroom.
And what's the line beneath that?
1 gold orb 15 by 1 by 1 master bedroom, 1 cabinet storage extra large dining room.
Ms. Loftus, we can zoom out. We could go to page 7, if we could zoom on the signature. Now, Ms. Buck. You see it says e-sign at the top?
Yes.
What name is listed in large text there?
Scott Barnett.
What does it say in the sign by row?
Signed by Scott Barnett.
What's the email address signed by email?
GladysC@hchtech.com.
And to your understanding who used that email?
Gladys Chow.
Did Scott Barnett use that email?
Ms. Strofa said, objection.
The court said you may answer.
He didn't use that email with me.
Let's go to GX Buck 1204, if we can zoom in on the text. Ms. Buck. Is this one of the invoices you received for your payment work?
Yes.
Did you pay this invoice?
I did.
What does it say in the top left?
Merit Plumbing.
And what's the date of this invoice focusing you on the top right?
January 24th, 2022.
What was the job location for this invoice?
373, Taconic Road, Greenwich, Connecticut.
How does that address compare with the origin address that we just looked at?
It's the same.
So beneath the address, what does it say after bill to?
Sean.
Who did you understand Sean to refer to?
Sean Jing.
Scrolling down or looking at the bottom, what was the total amount due on this invoice?
$400.
Let's go to Government Exhibit Buck 375. Who's this email from?
Gladys Chow.
What's the date on this email?
January 27th, 2022.
And just as a reference, about how long after the closing was this?
A little over a month.
And who's this email to?
It's to me and Scott Barnett.
What is Scott Barnett's email?
scottb@gsnys.com.
Do you know what GSNYUS is?
I do not.
What's the subject line of this email?
Hason's mattress purchase.
What's Hason's if you know?
A mattress company.
Could you please read Gladys' email, the body?
Hi, Amy. Please find attached the client has approved already. Thanks.
Who did you understand the client to refer to?
The family.
Are there attachments to this email?
There are.
If we could scroll down to page 3, Ms. Loftus. Who is this sales order book from?
This is from Hason's.
And, Ms. Loftus, maybe we can blow up the top portion to make it easier to read. What's listed under Bill 2?
Taurus Fund, LLC.
And is that the Las Vegas address?
Yes.
And what's listed under Ship 2?
675, Ramapo Valley Road, MOA.
Is that the Crocker Mansion address?
It is.
If we could scroll down, Ms. Loftus, if we can blow up the remainder of it starting with that chart. Ms. Buck, focusing you first on rows 1 and 2, what are those items?
Mattress and top mattress.
What color is listed for both of those items?
Ms. Shrofa said, objection as to relevance. What color is the mattress?
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Blue.
And how much is the mattress?
$36,590.
How much is the top mattress?
$5,590.
Focusing you on rows 3 and 4, what are those items?
Mattress and top mattress.
What color are those items?
White.
And what's the price of the mattress?
$36,210.
And the top mattress?
$5,840.
And then focusing you on row 5, what's that item?
Accessories.
And in the bold, what does it say there?
Mattress cover.
And what's the quantity? How many pieces were there?
2.
And just focusing on the total cost, how much was this in total?
The invoice or the cover?
The bold total after the discount?
$80,829.21.
Let's go to GX Buck 522. If we could go to page 3, scroll up slightly. And we can zoom in on the bottom one. Ms. Buck, is this the initial email we were just looking at?
Yes.
We could scroll up now. What did you write back?
Hi, Scott, please approve the purchase. Gladys advises that the delivery will be made to her New York office address, so NDA is not necessary. Thanks.
If we could scroll up. Ms. Buck. What was your understanding of why an NDA would not be needed if it was going to the New York office?
If the vendor is not going to be on site at the Crocker Mansion, there's no need for NDA.
You wrote back again, can you read your next email?
Apologies. It looks like you have a signed NDA and COI. Good on my end. Gladys. I assume there is another request that is being delivered to your office. Thanks.
Can you read Gladys' response like the first line?
Correct. Mattress are still going to NJ.
The bottom line of her response?
Only the piano is going to New York office first. We'll send that invoice over as soon as I received it. Thanks.
Do you recall the address for the New York office, Ms. Buck?
I do not.
Ms. Loftus, if we could show GX Buck 69 or publish, please. While we're waiting, Ms. Buck. Did you receive an invoice for a piano?
I did.
If we could zoom in on the top half. In the top center, who's this bill of sale from?
Faust Harrison Pianos.
And on the top right, what's the date?
January 27, 2022.
The sold to, can you read the top line there?
Taurus Fund, LLC.
And can you read the full ship to?
Gladys Chow, 3 Columbus Circle 20th floor, New York, New York, 10019.
And do you know what was at that address, Ms. Buck?
I do not.
And could you read the first line of the description, please?
Bosendorfer 185 VC Porsche number 49539 with custom bench.
Focusing you on the bottom right, what was the total due?
$140,938.69.
Ms. Loftus, let's go now to GX Buck 428. What's the date of this email, Ms. Buck?
February 17, 2022.
And focusing you on the from line, what's the email address in the from line?
675 payable at protonmail.com.
What's that email address?
It's an email address I received emails from Gladys Chow and Sean Jing.
Focusing on the bottom email, who signed this email?
Gladys.
What did she list beneath that?
Project Manager.
Can you read just the first line underneath purchase? Could you just read 1 and 2, please?
Hason's mattress $36,596.90. Cedric DuPont shipping $38,651.80.
Focusing you on the header where it says attachments. Could you please read the name of the first attachments, Ms. Buck?
Hason's invoice daughter February 17, 22. PDF.
Who did you understand daughter to refer to?
The daughter, the family.
If we can go to page 2, please. Ms. Buck, just quickly here focusing you on rows 1 and 2. What's the color indicated there?
It's abbreviated, seen to be silver blue.
And we can zoom out. What's the total cost?
$36,596.90.
If we can go to page 6 now, Ms. Loftus. We can zoom on the top half, just make it larger. Now. The shipper origin, do you see that, Ms. Buck?
Yes.
Can you read the second line?
Cedric DuPont Antiques.
Let's actually pull up GX Buck 77. Actually, Ms. Loftus, if we could do GX Buck 77 and GX Buck 80. Now, Ms. Buck. In both of these, what is the large text in the center?
Cedric DuPont Antiques.
Focus on the document on the right. Can you read the description there?
A stunning and large-scale Italian 19th century wrought iron lantern.
Let's go to GX Buck 194, please. And we can zoom in on that. Now, Ms. Buck. Focusing you on the top left there when it says date, what's the date?
February 2, 2022.
And then moving over to the top right, what's the customer name?
Sean Jing.
Back on the left under Bill 2, what are the first 2 lines?
Taurus Funds LLC, Sean Jing.
In the email address listed at the bottom there, what's that email address?
newj6909 at protonmail.com.
Whose email address is that?
Sean Jing.
The ship to, can you read the first line there?
Sean Jing.
Is the Crocker Mansion's address beneath that?
Yes, it is.
Now, if we could just actually, I think you can see it. Can you read the description under order items?
Samsung Q900 series, QN98 Q900 RBF, 98 inches, QLED Smart TV 8K new.
To the right of that, what's the unit price?
$59,969.
And what's the unit price for the freight?
$2,818.54.
Let's go to GX Buck 218, please. Ms. Buck, is this an invoice you received as part of your work?
Yes.
What's the name of the company on the top left?
Luca Incorporated.
And beneath that on the right, what's the date?
February 20th, 2022.
And could you read the second line from the top under description?
Painting and fixing Boss door.
Could you read the second one from the bottom?
Supplying and installing 2 towel racks for Boss bathroom.
Who did you understand Boss to be?
The head of the family.
Did you ever meet anyone named Boss?
No.
Let's go to page 2. Just quickly, can you read the second line from the top?
Installation 2 closet rods in Madam's laundry room.
Let's go to GX Buck 391, please. Ms. Buck, focusing you on the top, who's this email from?
Gladys Chow.
What's the date?
March 29, 2022.
And if we could zoom out. Just focusing on the bottom email to focus you at the bottom there, Ms. Buck. Can you read what it says after to?
Golden Spring, New York Ltd.
Do you know what Golden Spring, New York Ltd is?
I do not.
You can go to GX Buck 1275, please. Who sent this email to you, Ms. Buck?
Gladys.
What's the date of this email?
May 23, 2022.
And I'll ask you just to read the first line of the second paragraph.
Attached, please find the invoice wire instruction and COI for a munial bookcase.
In the same paragraph, can you read the last line of that paragraph?
The client has approved it already.
Who did you understand the client to be?
The family.
If we could, Ms. Buck, could you read one more sentence, the next sentence there is no?
There is no certificate of authenticity since it is not an antique item and is a custom-made piece for the client.
If we could scroll down to page 3 for the client. Under description, Ms. Buck. Can you read just that first row right there?
Brass bookcase.
If we can zoom on the top left, please, page 2. It should be the same exhibit 1275, the top left. What does it say after retention?
Leanne Leonel at gfashion.com.
Do you know what G-Fashion is?
I do not.
Do you know who Leanne is?
I do not.
Can you read what it says after reference?
Brass bookcase to match brass pantry.
And focusing on the bottom line, where was this being sent?
675, Ramapo Valley Road, Moa, New York.
Is that the Crocker Mansion?
Yes.
Let's go to GX Buck 1279, if we could scroll down, and we can zoom on the bottom email. Ms. Buck. Who is Ilona Musial?
She was another authorized person that sent me invoices to pay.
What is the date of this email that she sent you?
June 2, 2022.
Can you read her message, please?
Hello, Amy. It's Ilona Musial for the house manager for Crocker Mansion. I am sending you some bills to pay. If this is not a problem. From now on I will be sending all invoices or bills directly to you, skipping Scott. Thank you, Ilona Musial.
If we can zoom out and keep going up. Let's just go back up to page 1. If we could zoom on the bottom email. Ms. Buck, just for context in this part of the email chain. Who are you emailing with?
Erin Mitchell.
Can you read your email to Erin Mitchell?
Okay. She said she's taking the place of Scott, so I wasn't sure. She sent me 2 bills for Rockland Electric that are already paid. I can just let her know they are paid and paid the other ones. She knows we need sign NDA, COA, etc. for each contract/vendor.
If we could zoom out of that email and scroll to the top email. Can you just read Erin Mitchell's first line response?
I haven't spoken to her. Just found out they hired a house manager.
When you said her, who did you understand her to be?
Ilona Musial.
When he said found out they just hired a house manager, who did you understand the they to refer to?
The family.
Let's go to GX Buck 1274. If we can just zoom on the bottom email, please. Who's this email from?
Ilona Musial.
If you can read the first 2 lines of her email to you.
Hello, Amy. Thank you for getting back to me. I spoke with Scott and Yvette. And from now on I would be sending payments to you to process them.
Do you know who Yvette is?
I do not.
Did you ever meet her?
No.
Did you ever speak with her directly?
Not that I recall.
Do you know what company or companies she worked for?
Ms. Strofa said, I think she testified she doesn't know who Yvette is.
The court said, sustained.
Let's go to GX Buck 1277. If we can zoom on the top email, please. Who's this email from?
Ilona Musial.
Who is it to?
Me, Amy Buck.
And who is copied?
Scott Barnett and Sean Jing.
I'll ask you if you could just read the last sentence in the long paragraph there.
We would need to hear from you daily if the payments went out because of the family requirement to pay all vendors on time and especially for priority transfers.
Who did you understand the family to refer to?
The family behind Taurus Fund.
If we could go to GX Buck 1282. Ms. Buck, who did you understand Wayne Chow to be?
I saw that name on invoices, so I assumed he was part of the family.
Ms. Shrofa said, objection to the assumption.
The court said, don't say what you assume. Just say what you know.
I saw the name Chow on various invoices.
And if we could zoom on the bottom email. Who is this email from?
Wayne Max Chow.
Could you please read just the main question there?
Would you please give me a heads up when the balance of the fund is getting close to $200K?
And what did you understand him to be referring to by balance of the fund?
The balance of money in my trust account.
How did you respond?
Absolutely not a problem.
Did you ever meet Wayne Chow in person?
No.
Did you ever have a phone call with him?
No.
What sort of interaction did you have with him?
He would be copied on some emails or he sent emails that I was copied on. So only through emails I saw his name.
Let's go to GX Buck 1294. Is this another invoice you received as part of your work?
Yes.
If we could zoom on the top left, please. Now, can you read what's written in the bottom left?
Chow Residence, 675, Ramapo Valley Road, Moa, New Jersey, 07430.
Did you see Chow Residence on other invoices you received as well?
I did.
And then just focusing on the top right there, what does it say after customer number?
Chow.
You can take that down, Ms. Loftus. Ms. Buck, in the witness binder you reviewed, did you select which documents went in that witness binder?
I did not.
Did you receive, fair to say, many invoices?
Yes.
And are all of them in that witness binder?
No.
Now, Ms. Buck, did there come a time when you received a subpoena in connection with your work?
Yes.
Who was the subpoena from?
The SEC.
And approximately when did you receive it?
In May of 2022.
After receiving that subpoena, what did you do?
I freaked out.
Why did you freak out?
I'm not a litigator. I don't go to court. Subpoenas are very new for me.
After freaking out, what did you do next?
I immediately sent a copy to Aaron Mitchell and called him.
And what did you discuss with Aaron Mitchell?
That I received a subpoena and next steps.
What did he say to you?
He was much calmer than me and said this is the cost of doing business and they would hire counsel and we'd move forward.
When he said, this is the cost of doing business, what did you understand that to mean?
That they either weren't surprised about the subpoena or had other ones. I don't really know.
What, if anything, did he tell you about the family in connection with that call?
He said that the government doesn't like the client cause they're part of the Federalist Party of China and the subpoena didn't seem unexpected.
Had you ever heard of the Federalist Party of China?
No.
Do you follow Chinese politics?
No.
Do you follow U.S. China foreign relations?
I try not to.
Do you know what the Federalist Party of China is?
No.
When he said the government doesn't like them, do you have any independent knowledge of whether that's true?
I do not.
After that conversation, Ms. Buck, what did you do in response to the subpoena?
Counsel was hired and then I was communicating with counsel to respond to the subpoena.
And without getting into any discussions with your counsel, did your counsel ultimately respond to the subpoena on your behalf?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Buck, did there come a time when the funds in your trust account were running low and not being refilled?
Yes.
Approximately when was that?
The first time was July of 2022.
And what, if anything, did you do as a result?
Most of the contractors had my cell phone number. So when they weren't getting paid, I received a lot of calls. So I was reaching out to mostly Aaron to find out if the fund was going to be replenished so I could pay the various contractors.
What happened after that, after you reached out to Aaron?
I don't remember the days. Sometime later in July I did receive another wire.
Approximately how much was that?
$5 million.
Did that $5 million eventually run out?
It did.
And what happened after that?
Around October, November of 2022, the funds were low again. I was trying to find out if my representation was concluding so I can turn over the records and whatever information was necessary for the next person. I wasn't being told any information. I was just getting the calls from the contractors of who wasn't getting paid. Eventually I did connect with Aaron. And he told me to reach out to someone else to find out about the funds and if they were going to be authorized to be paid through my trust account.
And where was that someone else located?
The UK.
Ms. Loftus, if we could publish GX Buck 1283. If we can zoom in on the text. Who is this invite from? Ms. Buck?
David Fallon.
And what's the domain of his email address?
Hamilton IM.
And who is this invite to?
Priya Patel, William J. myself and Aaron Mitchell.
And what's the date of this invite?
December 1st, 2022.
And what's the subject?
Buck ESQ LLC Taurus call.
And, Ms. Buck, did you have a call around this time?
We did.
Who was on the call?
I was on the call, Priya Patel. There were other individuals there male. I just don't know if Mr. Fallon and Mr. J.E. were on that call.
Who did you understand David Fallon to be?
He was the person at Hamilton that authorized my payments and my monthly fee.
And who did you understand William J.E. to be?
I don't know. I know he was part of Hamilton.
What did you discuss on this call?
We discussed a couple of things. One of them was my counsel legal fee for responding to the subpoena. They wanted me to run a title search on the property. It's called a rundown. And it tells you if there's any liens that have been placed on the property. And also if I was going to continue in my role or if it was concluding and then transition to someone else.
Did they ask anything about the SEC subpoena?
They also ask in connection with the legal fee from my counsel. They ask for a copy of the subpoena and our response.
Now, around this time, Ms. Buck, what was your understanding of whether some bills were still being paid?
I got the impression from how the contractors were calling me that some payments were being paid from someone else and some weren't, just from how they were calling me and telling me what was paid and what wasn't. Because I knew what I was paying and not paying.
Do you know where they were being paid from?
Sean Jing was making payments.
Did you ever speak with him about that?
I did.
Tell us about that conversation.
I asked him if they set up bank accounts to move forward with payments. And he didn't really answer me. He just said he was taking care of it.
Ultimately, were you able to pay the invoices that Taurus had due?
At that time, no.
Let's go to actually, Ms. Loftus, if we could publish GX Buck 1290. Ms. Buck, what is this exhibit?
This is a text message between me and Aaron Mitchell.
And are your text in green or in gray?
Mine are in green.
If we could scroll down. The January 26th message, what year is that? January 26th.
2024.
What did you write to Aaron Mitchell?
Did you get this?
And what did you send him a screenshot of?
A notice of a motion in connection with a bankruptcy matter.
If we could zoom on that again. Ms. Buck, focusing you on the caption where it says in re. Can you read what it says after in re?
Ho Wan Kwok, et al.
Did you know who Ho Wan Kwok was?
I do not.
Do you know who Luc Despins is?
I do not.
Did you know about the bankruptcy before receiving this document?
I did.
If we could zoom out and scroll down. What did Aaron Mitchell say? Actually, why don't I read Aaron Mitchell's responses and you can read yours? Yes, about 1,000 people got it.
That sounds amazing.
Some people are fighting. So if they win, we win.
Gotcha. Do I need counsel for this too?
Up to you, but I'm not getting counsel or responding.
Gotcha.
Any further response to this with Aaron Mitchell?
No.
After receiving without getting into any discussion with counsel, what did you do?
I responded to the subpoena.
We can take that down, Ms. Loftus. Ms. Buck, we discussed a number of people, correct?
Yes.
And we discussed a few entities in connection with your work, right?
Yes.
Did any of your contacts ever bring up the entity G/Club?
No.
Mr. Ferguson said, "May I have a moment, Your Honor?" Ms. Buck, what's a HUD-1 statement?
A HUD-1 is used for closings. It's where you see all the numbers for disbursement in a real estate transaction.
Mr. Ferguson said, "Thank you." Nothing further.
The court said, cross-examination.
Cross-examination. By Ms. Schrofa.
Good morning, Ms. Buck.
Good morning.
Ms. Buck, how long have you been a lawyer?
23 years.
And you said you were not a litigator, correct?
I am not.
I understand. Your primary practice was in real estate, correct?
It is.
And it has always been in real estate, is that right?
A majority of it.
And is it fair to say that your practice was initially New Jersey? Then you moved to Florida and you moved back to New Jersey? Do I have the chronology generally correct?
I'm only licensed in New Jersey and New York. Personally, we did Florida once or twice.
And it didn't quite work out, right?
Yeah.
You moved back to New Jersey?
I did.
And unfortunately, I'm assuming you moved back to New Jersey during COVID, correct?
Yes.
And when you moved back during COVID, at that time you did not have a physical office space, is that right?
I have an office address that I use through a friend of mine, but I maintain a home office.
Can you help me with that last sentence again?
I maintain a home office. I don't use that address for clients for safety. But I have an office address where mail goes and I can go to use for a conference room if I need to.
So you use a friend's office address to get your mail, correct?
Correct.
And then you work out of your home?
Correct.
Which is, what, 90% of us did during COVID, correct?
Yes.
Do you also have some kind of virtual office, or do you use your friend's office space?
Just my friends.
And you testified that your practice is based in New Jersey?
Yes.
And you talked about, is there a county named Darlington in New Jersey?
I don't think so.
How about do you know, is your practice county-based or just statewide?
Statewide.
And you testified on direct, right, that you got a referral from someone named Dara Lowell, correct?
Correct.
And did you know Dara from before?
I met her through mutual friends.
And your connection was with her? Was that many years before she sent you this referral?
No, it's when we moved to Chester, New Jersey.
So you reconnected with her, is that right?
No, we both live in Chester, so we met through mutual friends.
And when you met through mutual friends, let me withdraw that. She's also a lawyer, right?
Correct.
And she's the one who sent you the referral, correct?
Correct.
And she sent you the referral in her capacity as an attorney, is that right?
Yeah.
Or did she just send it to you because you guys had become friends?
As an attorney.
And when she sent you that referral, she said she was referring, you said, a family to you, is that right? That's what you said on direct?
Yeah, she indicated they were important to her. They were like family.
And I'm assuming that you had a nice back and forth with her when she did the introduction, correct?
I'm sure we spoke for a few minutes.
Did you ask her who's this family?
At the time I probably didn't because I know I'll see it on the contract.
So you didn't ask her how she knew the family, correct?
I did not.
You didn't ask her how long she knew the family, correct?
I did not.
And you already told me that you didn't ask the name of the family, correct?
Correct.
And you became aware that the referral was about a specific property, correct?
Yes.
And what name did you know that property by, just so I can refer to it the same way for you?
Crocker Mansion.
So you were aware that the property was Crocker Mansion, right?
Yes.
And you were also aware that the Crocker Mansion had been on the market for at least a decade, correct?
I didn't know that actually.
Did you know how long it had been on the market?
I didn't look.
It's okay if you didn't look. My question was, if you were aware in any other way how long it had been on the market?
I was aware through one of my conversations with Aaron Mitchell that it must have been a while because there was a price reduction.
There was a huge price reduction, correct?
Correct.
The initial price was $39 million?
That's what I saw on Zillow.
And then it had dropped all the way down to $26 million, correct?
Yes.
And according to you, there was a lot of back and forth on the price of the sale of the property?
I wasn't involved at that point. It seemed like there was negotiation between the parties.
I know you weren't involved. By the time you got involved, the sale was complete?
The price was set, yes.
And you were aware, though, that there was some urgency on the part of the seller to the sale, correct?
Correct.
And you in fact told the government that you were aware of this urgency. But that the urgency came from the seller, right?
Both parties seemed to be very urgent.
You didn't say that when you met with Mr. Ferguson, correct? You told him that the urgency was coming from the seller, right? Do you recall that?
I don't recall the difference between both parties and the seller.
Let me show you 3507-004 and see if that refreshes your recollection.
Okay.
It's just only for the witness, the court, and the parties, please. Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, may I just have a minute? Does that refresh your recollection that it was the seller's attorney that was contacting you a lot?
In regard to the deposit.
Right. And it was never the buyer's attorney that was contacting you with a rush, correct?
I was the buyer's attorney.
I understand, but nobody from the buyer side contacted with a rush, right?
In connection with the deposit, no.
And the times that the seller's attorney was contacting you, do you recall how many times was it a her or a him?
It was a he.
And how often did he contact you?
I don't recall, several.
Several times, right?
I believe so, yes.
You can take that down. Now, Ms. Buck. It's fair to say that you have spoken with do you recall also? Let me go back for a minute. Do you recall also telling the government that there was a closing deadline before Christmas? And it was the seller driving that urgency. Do you recall the timing of it being before Christmas?
Yes.
And you were also aware, were you not, given the work you were doing, that the property itself was old? Correct?
I didn't know the age of the estate, but through the invoices seemed like it needed a lot of work.
And you told that to Mr. Ferguson, correct, when you met with him?
Yes.
And you told him it was your impression that the property was such that a lot of contractors would be needed to work on it. Correct?
Yes.
And that a lot of contractors would need to be paid, correct?
Initially, I was only paying a few. As it went on, I paid many.
And the same is true for the vendors, right?
Correct.
Initially there were a few, then you paid a lot?
Yes.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions repeatedly about what you understood the family to mean, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, Objection.
The court said, overruled.
There is a time when you learned that the purchaser was going to be an SP, right?
That's the name that was on the contract.
Could you tell us, please, the full name of the contract as you recall it?
Taurus Fund SP.
And when you saw Taurus Fund SP, what did you think SP stood for?
In my world immediately comes to mind sole proprietorship.
When you saw that, did it ring a bell for you that New Jersey had a different rule and it wouldn't be allowed?
Immediately, and I could confirm with the title company.
Right, because that's what you do for a living, right? Did you then tell Mr. Mitchell that that would not work in New Jersey?
Yes.
Do you know if Mr. Mitchell was versed in these laws of real estate?
I don't know his background.
And that's because you're really fully familiar with the wife, right?
I wasn't familiar with their work at all, because they've referred other matters to me. I knew their practice was primarily commercial litigation, and they did some residential real estate. But I don't know how complex or not.
Was it your perception that it was a husband and wife with a separate practice for each? Or that they both worked on the same matters?
They made one firm. I don't know if they divvied up their practice.
You don't know one was a criminal lawyer and the other was a real estate lawyer?
I do not.
And do you recall when you spoke to Aaron Mitchell in telling you and discussing with you the topic of the new federal state of China?
I thought he told me it was Federalist Party of China, but I don't remember the exact name.
But putting aside the exactness of the name, you do recall sitting here today, Mr. Mitchell, talking to you about that, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that it was not an area of your interest, so you didn't follow up with them?
It was not.
And it's still not an area of your interest, right?
No.
There came a time when you started really just working with Mr. Mitchell on this matter, correct?
Yes, after my initial conversation with Dara, we did not discuss Taurus Fund.
And when you were speaking with Mr. Mitchell, did he talk to you about NDA?
He did from the beginning.
And just, I'm allowed to lead, but that is a non-disclosure agreement, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that he gave you a written-out non-disclosure agreement for you to use?
Yes, he gave me a form.
Like a template, right?
Yes.
And did you use that template?
I reviewed it, but the signed NDAs were sent to me, so I didn't typically deal with them. I had copies of them from the various vendors or contractors.
So if a vendor was going to do a drop-off at the property, it would not be your responsibility to ensure that a NDA was signed. You checked to see if it was signed?
I asked if they have one. Somebody else's responsibility to gather the information.
And when you first started working with this property, what was the month and the year? I'm sorry. I've forgotten.
December of 2021.
In December of 2021, at that point had Mr. Mitchell talked to you about the need for security on the property?
When we initially spoke, since I didn't have every company or entity has people. So you usually have the name. When I asked for the name, so I knew who natural person was behind the client. I didn't get it. And he said they were very concerned about security and privacy. So from the get-go, I assumed. Like I said, it was a celebrity or high net worth individual, and it was very important that they feel safe, be safe. And their information kept as non-public as possible.
And when by he, I mean Mr. Mitchell, talked to you about the new federal state of China, you didn't ask him if that had anything to do with the property, correct?
That came up when I received the first subpoena.
No, I'm not asking about the subpoena.
I'm sorry. Can you ask it again?
Sure. When Mr. Mitchell first mentioned the new federal state of China, you didn't ask if that property was going to be used vis-a-vis the new federal state of China, right?
I did not.
When you were talking about the security of the property, you understood Mr. Mitchell to be talking about the physical security of the property, correct?
Correct.
And also the physical security of the property would include the periphery of the property, right?
Yes.
And the security within the property, right?
Yes.
Ms. Buck, did you actually ever visit the property?
I did not.
You didn't go see what it looked like, right?
I would have loved a tour, but I didn't. No one gave me one.
So when you were testifying about all of these invoices, you did not know how the shipment was done at the physical location, right? You're just moving the paper along. Is that fair?
Correct. I wasn't there to see the property.
Now, I'm going to come back to Mr. Barnett. But Mr. Barnett was also one of the people who also discussed physical safety?
Yes.
Is it your testimony that you did not know Mr. Barnett well, or did you know him well?
I don't know him at all.
Do you know if he was ex-NYPD or not?
He told me in one of our conversation he was a retired cop.
Did he talk about being a cop a lot?
No.
Did he tell you what his role was at the facility?
He said it chartered the security system. And he was my initial contact for all the invoices until he got too busy.
Did he talk to you about what the security system was?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to hearsay.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
No.
He didn't tell you. Okay, let me move to a little bit of a different point. Okay. You remember the government showing you a few invoices involving, and I have trouble with this word, La Barbiera Custom Homes, correct?
Yes.
And there was a point person for that company named Vinny, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you were aware that Vinny had been at that property for many years before the sale to Taurus S. LLP?
I don't know if that's the case or not.
Do you know if the same La Barbiera Custom House had done work on the property before?
Before when?
Before you came on the scene?
I don't know one way or the other.
Did you ever speak to this person named Vinny?
Yes.
Did he ever tell you that he had worked on that property for many years?
He did not mention it.
Did he speak to you in English?
Yes.
He didn't speak Mandarin to you, right?
I don't speak Mandarin.
And did you physically ever meet him?
No.
Did you ever Zoom with him?
No.
Now, do you recall discussing with him renovations that would be needed on the property, including the renovations in the garage on the property?
I received invoices from him for the renovations. And he was also in the beginning receiving payment on behalf of his subcontractors until I was paying them directly.
So is it fair to say that when you got an invoice, right? You didn't evaluate. You didn't make any evaluation of the invoice itself, right?
The evaluation I did. If it was an installment contract and there were several payments to make sure I was paying what was supposed to be paid and it wasn't duplicative to make sure the work was completed before I paid it. But that was the extent of my review.
If Vinny double billed, you wouldn't check that, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, speculation.
Ms. Schrofa said, I'm asking if she would check that.
The court said, so the question would be, did you check his bills?
Did you check his bills?
I did.
The court said, so it's now 11:30 and we're going to take our break. Members of the jury, remember that you're not allowed to talk amongst yourselves about the case. Don't permit anyone to discuss it in your presence. Don't read, listen or watch anything from any source that touches on the subject matter of this case.
The law clerk said, jury exiting.
The court said, Ms. Buck, you can step out. Don't discuss your testimony.
Jury not present.
The court said, you may be seated. Is there anything before we reconvene at noon?
Mr. Ferguson said, not from the government.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, just one matter. The defense has given the government the defense exhibits it seeks to introduce through Ms. Buck. They are the same documents that were produced pursuant to the Buck LLC account. To the extent the government wants to stipulate to the admittance, it will certainly make the cross go faster.
Mr. Ferguson said, we have not been told about any exhibits that they're seeking to introduce through Ms. Buck.
The court said, so you'll work it out during the break.
Mr. Ferguson said, thank you, Your Honor.
Recess. Afternoon session 12 p.m. Jury not present.
The court said, please be seated. Juror number 12 told a member of my staff that he wanted to speak with me concerning a scheduling issue. So if you'll bring him in, please.
Juror present.
The court said, and just sit in the first seat. You may sit down. You're juror number 12, correct?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, what's the problem?
Juror said, I'm the executive director of a small nonprofit. We are short-staffed.
The court said, if you'll speak up, please.
Juror said, we're short-staffed. We're at the end of the fiscal year, a lot of things going on. One thing that is going on is we're vacating one of our offices by June 30th. That's the end of the lease. We haven't been able to negotiate anything with the landlord, and I'm concerned that he might lock us out. If there is a way that the court could intervene so that we get an extension, so that I can continue? I'm fully committed to this, but I hate to be locked out. We have confidential records of our clients and...
The court said, do you have an attorney?
Juror said, yes.
The court said, and your attorney is dealing with the landlord?
Juror said, not at this point, but I could call him in.
The court said, so that would be my first suggestion is that you speak with your attorney. Maybe you can get an extension.
Juror said, I tried to negotiate that with him and he wants me to stay and negotiate a long-term lease. And we're not going to do that.
The court said, so you're looking for a short-term extension.
Juror said, a short-term extension, a month, maybe 2 months. Not even that.
The court said, that seems like something that might be able to be accomplished by your attorney. And so I would like you to check with the attorney and find out. You could call him or her this afternoon. If you're not able to get an extension, what would happen?
Juror said, he will probably lock us out. He will want the rent anyway. My concern is the records. That we're trying to remove all the records in case he does lock us out.
The court said, and so what impact, if any, would that have on your role as a juror in this case?
Juror said, if it's locked out and we cannot do anything, then I'm here and I wait till we finish.
The court said, so essentially your request is whether I can intervene in this issue.
Juror said, right.
The court said, I wish I could. But because this is a private matter between your organization and the landlord, I have no authority to get involved, and so I regret to give you that news and I wish you luck.
Juror said, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
The court said yes.
Juror not present.
The court said, would you have all the jurors brought out, please?
Jury present.
The court said, you may resume the stand. Please be seated. Ms. Buck, remember that you're still under oath. You may continue the inquiry.
By Ms. Schrofa.
Ms. Buck, I apologize. I'm not quite sure where we left off. But I'm going to pick up where we were talking about NDAs, okay?
Okay.
Did you keep a file of the NDAs that were signed and sent back to you? Or did you just simply confirm they were signed?
I kept a file. I have a file folder for each contractor or vendor.
And would it be fair to say that you had no NDA for Mr. Barnett?
I don't recall having one, no.
And did you have an NDA for Ms. Chow?
I don't recall having one for her either.
Do you recall if you had an NDA for Mr. Chow?
No.
How about for Shanjing?
I don't recall having one, no.
Okay. Did you know that Shanjing worked for G Club?
No.
Did you ask him where he worked?
I did not.
Did you know where Mr. Chow worked?
No.
Did you ask him?
I never spoke to him.
Did you email with him?
Yes.
Did you email and ask him where he worked?
No.
Now about Mr. Barnett, you testified that at one point he was always your first point of contact, correct?
Correct.
And I'm not sure if I recall this correctly. Did you in person ever meet him?
No.
And it's fair to say that the government showed you a fair number of documents from Mr. Barnett, correct? Email exchanges from Mr. Barnett, right?
Yes.
And at times they highlighted for you the different email addresses that he used, correct?
Yes.
And sitting here today, do you know how many email addresses Mr. Barnett had?
I don't.
Do you know if he had an email address called frontsite1@outlook.com?
That's the primary one I emailed back and forth with him.
And Mr. Ferguson here highlighted for you a GS email address that he had, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if he had any other addresses?
Not that I recall.
And when you were sent email addresses from different emails from Mr. Barnett, you assumed it was the same Mr. Barnett, right?
Yes.
You didn't email back and say, which Mr. Barnett are you?
No.
Okay. Now it's fair to say, Ms. Buck, that throughout the course of your work, you never thought you were doing anything improper, correct?
Correct.
And sitting here today, you still don't think you were doing anything improper, correct?
Correct.
You had invoices that you received, right?
Yes.
And you checked to make sure that the person was authorizing payments on the invoices, right?
Yes.
Then you processed the invoices, correct?
First I confirmed the wire instructions verbally.
Right. As you're required to, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you were quite diligent. You always put that in your email. Please confirm them orally, correct?
Yes, for problems with wire fraud.
Right. And they would be confirmed orally, correct?
All of them.
Right. And if they weren't confirmed orally, you wouldn't process the payment, correct?
Correct.
And you in fact were quite diligent. You kept an Excel sheet, right?
Yes.
And did you share that Excel sheet with anybody else, such as Scott Barnett or anyone else?
Yes, with the authorized people, Scott Barnett, Sean Jing, Gladys Chow, obviously Aaron Mitchell.
Right. And there was no issue ever. Nobody ever raised an issue saying something hadn't been paid or some number was overstated, correct?
Sometimes there would be questions. If invoices were paid, if the wire didn't go through. Depending on timing, sometimes they're held up, like, in the cloud, that they don't see them. But I don't think there were any issues of what I was paying.
Right. And they were generally pretty happy with you, right?
I didn't hear complaints.
Good. Okay. So with that, may I just direct your attention with a little more focus to certain documents that you were shown, okay? And maybe I can ask you some of the questions without the documents. The government showed you the certificate of incorporation and documents from the state of Nevada, correct?
It was articles of organization, yes.
Right. Nothing unusual about that, right?
It's a filed copy for that state, yes.
Right. And they can open a corporation if they want in Nevada or in Maine, right?
They can open an entity anywhere.
Right. And they told you where they opened the entity, right?
Well, I could see it on the articles of organization. It was in Nevada.
Right. But they're the ones who sent you the documents, right?
Correct. I did not form it.
Right. And you had no questions. You didn't ask them why Nevada or why did you pick the state or anything like that, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, object to form. Multiple questions.
The court said, if you'll break it down.
Did you ask them why Nevada?
I did. I asked Aaron again, cause typically, in a New Jersey transaction. It's a New Jersey LLC. It's not uncommon, if you want to use a different state. But we were also getting pressure to close on time because it's year-end, and he said it was just a layer of privacy.
Okay.
For the client.
Right. And when he answered that question for you, did you feel like you got a proper answer from him?
I did.
Okay. Now you were shown a document, which was $12.95. If I could just have that pulled up for you. This is your email to Aaron Mitchell, correct, where you set out your terms of your representation.
Yes.
Okay. And it goes to is that his law firm address that you see up top?
Yes.
Okay. And this was just an easy way to set up the agreement between you and the person you were going to work for, correct?
This was to document a continuing representation because what I signed on for and what we did were not the same. So I wanted documentation of what we were doing going forward.
Okay. And Mr. Mitchell received this email and responded to you, correct?
He did.
Okay. And did he tell you what the estimate was so that you could plan accordingly?
No.
Okay. And did you follow up with him?
I did.
Okay. Now you were also asked questions about. Ms. Schrofa said, you can take that down. Thank you. You were also asked about several payments that you made, and you were shown a whole group of invoices. Correct?
Yes.
All right. So some of the invoices were from a person named Gladys Chow, correct?
Yes.
And she signed off on the emails and said she was the project manager, right?
That was in her email, yes.
Right. Did you ever ask her what project she was managing?
I did not.
Did you know what the name of the project was?
I don't.
Now let me show you what the government marked as 822. It's Exhibit 822. Ms. Schrofa said, and if we could just scroll down. And I think that the government was focused on page 7, correct? 7 and 8? Do you recall looking at this document? Ms. Schrofa said, let's just stay on the first page. Do you recall this document, ma'am?
I do.
Okay. And it says demolition work to be provided in the following areas. Correct?
Yes.
And could you read what it says below that?
Second level ladies master wing.
Right. Is that ladies in plural?
It is.
Ms. Strofa said, "Okay. And if we could just go to the next page. You see on the top it says, third level son's wing, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if that family in question had a son?
I don't know anything about the family.
Do you know if there was even a son that was living in the United States at any point in time of your representation?
I don't know one way or the other.
Okay. And it said on the same thing, on the same document. It talked about the second-level bedroom bath converted to laundry, correct?
Yes.
You have no idea what that means.
I do not.
Okay. And I don't want to belabor this by going through each one of these, but none of us know what well. Forget about us. You don't know what it means, what the work was when it says. Ceiling to be Skalka to receive 7 chandelier locations centered on existing arches, right? No?
I do not.
Ms. Strofa said, and if we could just scroll down some more on this document. And keep going down. And you see right there, it says, daughter's wing level 3, right?
Yes.
And you've already said you don't know if he had a daughter, but what does it mean to you when it says, denoted walls to be removed?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to form, and she didn't say that. That.
The court said, sustained. The witness did not state.
Do you know if the family had a daughter?
I don't know one way or the other.
Thank you. What were the denoted walls to be removed?
I don't know. I didn't have construction plans.
What are marked openings?
Usually they're on construction plans that I didn't see.
Okay. Do you know if there were even construction plans?
I don't know if there was or was not.
Then it talks about new partitions to be sheetrocked and spackled, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
And I'm assuming you also don't have an understanding of what that means?
I don't.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. And if I could just have us just keep scrolling down. Just keep going down. And still one more page down. And the last page, please. And that document tells you that there is a total contract price, correct?
It does.
And then it tells you a deposit amount, a midway payment, right?
Yes.
And there is no computation on balance on completion.
Correct.
Okay. And these are just documents that you would process. You would not question whether or not the bill was appropriate, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, object to form.
The court said, so if you'll break it down, please.
Ms. Strofa said, sure. You know what, it's okay. I'll withdraw that question. We can just move on to the next document. Let's look at document 168.
By Ms. Strofa.
So is it fair to say that the bills that you got from this Laborbira generally had the same format, right?
For this contract, I paid the installment payments, but for other invoices, he had subcontractors included so they would look different.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. So if we could just go to the next page of this particular document. And then the next one. The next page, please. Okay. Right there. Okay. You see these additional terms?
Yes.
Okay. Were those terms worked out by you or just between these two individuals? The Taurus Fund and Laborbira Custom Homes?
For this particular contract, I don't recall dealing directly with the contractor. So I gave suggestions for contract terms to Aaron or Scott Barnett. I don't recall which one.
Okay. And would you give those suggestions to them by telephone or would you email those to them?
I emailed them.
Okay. And do you know if they incorporated your suggestions or not? It's fine if you don't recall.
I'm reading them. I don't recall if those were my words or if they were Aaron's.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. Let's move on to Government Exhibit 851, please. And if I could just have the middle section, which is 12:33 p.m. enlarged. Do you know what Preventives is?
That's the company that I received invoices for. It looked like for security equipment.
Okay. How about New York Business Systems?
I do not recall.
Okay. And Monster Air Heating and Cooling?
HVAC equipment.
Okay. And the remaining fees seem self-evident. But do you recall with any specificity what those were for?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
I said the remaining 3 payments, fine rugs, RDM fine art, and fine rugs, seem self-evident. But do you recall what they were for?
For rugs and fine art. I don't remember specifics other than that.
Okay. And this email is from you, and you're letting Gladys know, right?
Yes.
Scott and Gladys, correct?
Correct.
And Gladys you're reaching at hchktech.com, right?
Yes.
And Scott Barnett at FrontSite1 at Outlook, correct?
Yes.
Now when you were emailing Ms. Chow at this email address, were you perplexed by the use of that email address, by any chance, back then?
I didn't think much of it. I assumed she was maybe an independent contractor and had her own company.
Okay. And sitting here today, you don't know otherwise, right?
I don't know anything about it.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. Now let's move on, if we may, to 709, please. Okay. And this document. If I could just have it made somewhat larger. Now the government showed you this document, correct?
Yes.
And you testified on direct that you did not know who lived at 373 Taconic Road, Greenwich, Connecticut. Right?
That is correct.
And is it fair to say that sitting here today, you still don't know who lives there, right?
I don't know who lives there.
Okay. And if we could just take a look. The date on the top is January 18th, 2022, right?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that there was more than one of these invoices that you processed?
I believe there was more invoices from Flat Rate, yes.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. So let's just scroll down if we can. Okay. And this one's for how much?
$118,000.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. And if we could just keep scrolling down. All right. And let's just look at the items that are shipped, okay? If we could just make them larger. So I'm not going to have you read each one of these, but do you know where these items were coming from?
I didn't think about it.
Okay. But looking at the document now, can you tell where they're coming from?
It looks like they're being moved from 373 Taconic Road.
Okay. So when you looked at this document and the inventory, you cannot tell if any of these items are purchased and being shipped from the Connecticut address.
Mr. Ferguson said, object to form.
Ms. Strofa said, I hadn't finished, but I'm happy to try again.
The court said, go ahead.
Or whether they were items that were in that Connecticut home that are now being shipped.
Mr. Ferguson said, object to form.
The court said, so.
Mr. Ferguson said, it's confusing.
The court said, you need to break it down.
Do you know that extra large cabinet in living room when it was purchased?
I do not.
Looking on the third side, the chair desk study. Do you know if it was purchased or simply in the Connecticut home and being shipped here?
Mr. Ferguson said, object to form.
The court said, so are you asking whether it was purchased through the system that she was involved with or whether it was purchased ever? What is the question?
Ms. Strofa said, sure. I'll try again, Your Honor. Sorry about that.
By Ms. Schrofa.
You don't know if that chair desk was an old piece of furniture in the Connecticut home being shipped to New Jersey, correct?
I don't know anything about that chair.
Right. So you don't even know, for example. Ms. Strofa said, let's just scroll down.
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered. She doesn't know.
Ms. Strofa said, I have not asked the question yet. Please keep scrolling down. Right there. You see the credenza large, bedroom 3? Sitting here today. You don't know if that credenza had anything in it when it was moved, correct?
I don't know anything about it.
Okay. And you don't know, for example, on the left side, if the table side small had papers in it. Correct?
I don't know anything about it.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you don't know anything about any of these items that were shipped?
That's a fair statement.
And that is because it was simply not your job, correct? Your job was just to pay the invoice.
You didn't ask me a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your job was just to pay the invoice that had been authorized for payment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You received invoices for camera equipment. Is that right?
I believe so.
And you received invoices for lighting, correct?
Yes, for lighting.
Okay. And you processed those invoices as well, right?
I did.
Now let me show you what is marked as Defense Exhibit 60613. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay. Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, the defense moves DX 60613 into evidence.
Mr. Ferguson said, no objection, Your Honor.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60613 received in evidence.
And did you review this proposal? Ms. Schrofa said, Oh, I'm sorry. May I have it shown to the jury? I always forget that. Do you review it at all, this document?
Can you show me other pages of it? I don't.
Of course. Of course. So let's just slow down. Ms. Schrofa said, Can we go one page back? Do you see on the top it reads, provides video monitoring, correct?
It does.
Okay. And one page before this one, benefits of a security operations center, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you didn't inquire about what the security operations center was, right?
I did not.
Okay. And let's just look at the last page then. Do you recall what you did with this document?
I saved it in my system.
Did you make a payment on it, do you recall?
I made several payments to Prevenitas. I don't recall if it was specific to this proposal.
Okay. But let's look at the next one, which is 60,614. That's Defense Exhibit 60614. Do you recall receiving this document?
Mr. Ferguson said, we have no objection to admitting it.
The court said, so it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60614 received in evidence.
Ms. Schrofa said, Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall receiving this document?
I believe, yes, I received this.
And you see the dollar amounts on the side? I'm not going to make you read them. But do you see them there?
Okay. I do.
Okay. And there's a total of 392,000 some odd change, right?
Yes.
Did you pay it? Do you know? Not you. I'm sorry about that. I know you didn't pay any of these bills. You authorized payments.
Yes. I don't remember the amounts, but I did make several payments to Prevenitas.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Schrofa said, we can take that down and move to 60618. And it says there, if you could read.
Mr. Ferguson said, if this is being offered, Your Honor, we do not object to it coming in.
The court said, and which one is this?
Ms. Schrofa said, 60618, Your Honor.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60618 received in evidence. By Ms. Schrofa.
And I'm going to do this very briefly. This discussed the threat and vulnerability assessment, correct?
Yes.
And it is for the same property that is listed to Taurus Fund, LLC on the top, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's the attention to Scott Barnett, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay, we can take that down. We can do 60620. And assuming the government has no objection, Your Honor, we would move it into evidence.
Mr. Ferguson said, if they could show it to the parties first so we can see.
The court said, so bring it up.
Mr. Ferguson said, no objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60620 received in evidence. By Ms. Schrofa.
You recognize it, right?
I do.
Okay. And was that dollar amount paid? Do you know?
That's my handwriting on the bottom, so it was probably part of that larger payment total, is my guess. I'd have to see my records, but it was paid.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. And if I could just have it zoomed out. And I'm assuming that you don't know what camera powder coating or any of these other expenses are, right? They just seem to be related to security cameras?
Correct. I don't know what they are one way or the other.
Thank you. Ms. Schrofa said, if I could have 60,621 shown to government counsel and the witness and the court.
Mr. Ferguson said, we have no objection, Your Honor.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60621 received in evidence.
Did the government show you this document when you met with them to prepare?
I don't specifically recall this one.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. You can take that down. If I could please do the same with 60623. And if the government has no objection, we would move 60,623 into evidence.
Mr. Ferguson said, no objection, Your Honor.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60623 received in evidence. By Ms. Schrofa.
Did you discuss this document with Mr. Ferguson when you met with him?
I don't specifically recall this document being discussed.
And I'm assuming you do not know which innovation technology they actually ended up using. But you paid the bill once you were authorized to pay, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to form.
The court said, so it's 2 questions in 1.
Ms. Schrofa said, I'm happy to do it.
The court said, just ask them separately.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. What is the document titled?
It's a security camera surveillance system installation proposal.
And the date?
January 29th, 2022.
Ms. Schrofa said, and if I could just have, Mr. Salazar, could you just scroll through for me? What is that an image of?
It says property overview.
Okay. And do you know what property it's talking about?
If you look at the first page, I think it's the Crocker Mansion address.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. And let's just go to page 3, page 4, page 5. And is there a page 6? No. Okay. So page 5 is the last one. And there's the total project costs, correct?
Yes.
And I'm assuming you don't recall if you discussed this document with Mr. Ferguson.
I don't specifically recall discussing this document.
Okay. Do you recall if this amount was paid?
This amount, I don't specifically recall. I've paid several payments to Prevenitas.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. Let's look at 60625, still a defense exhibit. What is that, ma'am?
This is an email to me from Scott Barnett.
Okay. And if we could just...
Mr. Ferguson said, I'm sorry. Is this being shown to the jury?
The juror said, no.
Mr. Ferguson said, okay. I apologize. I have no objection to this coming in.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60625 received in evidence.
Ms. Schrofa said, now may we show it to the jury, please?
The court said, go ahead.
By Ms. Schrofa.
And it says, Amy, here's a photo of the invoice, correct?
It does.
Okay. And does he attach an invoice for you?
I believe he did. I don't specifically recall.
Okay. And sitting here today, you don't recall if you actually paid that invoice, correct?
I don't even remember what it is.
All right. Well, let's just show you then 60624. Ms. Schrofa said, and don't show it to the jury, please, Mr. Salazar. Thank you. And if we could scroll down just for the witness and the court and the parties. Do you recall this document and its attachment?
It looks familiar, yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. We move 60,624 into evidence.
Mr. Ferguson said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60624 received in evidence.
And with this document, he attaches the information from Prevenitas, right?
Yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, and if we could just show that to the jury and scroll down. Thank you. Let me show you what is marked for evidence as 60626, please. Do you recognize? Ms. Schrofa said, don't show it to the jury, Jorge. Thank you. Do you recognize this document, Ms. Buck?
I don't specifically recall it, but it looks familiar, if that makes sense.
Was it sent to you?
Yes.
And is it from an electronic mail address that you recognize?
Yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. The defense moves 60626 into evidence.
The court said, no objection.
Mr. Ferguson said, just one moment, Your Honor. No objection, Your Honor.
The court said, It is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60626 received in evidence.
Ms. Schrofa said, so if we could just take a look at that document, please.
By Ms. Schrofa.
Would you tell the jury what B&H is?
I believe it's the company name. I don't know. I don't remember offhand.
And does the remaining portion of that line tell you what kind of company it could be?
Do you want me to read it?
Please.
Broadcast equipment.
Ms. Schrofa said, and if I could just go to the second page of this document. And if it could be enlarged for the jurors. And if we could just move our way down. You received this particular document, right?
I believe so, yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, and if I could just scroll back up for a moment. It very clearly tells you, right, sold to Gladys.
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to the characterization, Your Honor.
The court said, so you can just state the words without giving it a spin.
This document tells the reader that the equipment is sold to Gladys Chow, correct?
Yes.
6628, Sky Point Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89141, right?
Yes.
And then it tells you where it's going to be shipped to, correct?
Yes.
And the date on this is June 1st, 2022.
Yes.
Nobody's hiding any addresses, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, are you asking whether, looking at the document, she can tell that something is hidden?
Ms. Schrofa said, yes.
The court said, go ahead and answer.
I took the document on its face. I don't know anything otherwise.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. And let's just keep scrolling down. And can you tell just by the title on the top who generated that document?
B&H Photo Video, I think.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. And if we could just go to the last page, please. The total is for $67,416.73, right?
Yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. And the last one is $60,628. You know, actually, it's okay. I think we have enough. I'll withdraw the last one. Now, Ms. Buck, Mr. Ferguson here asked you questions about the documents in your binder, right?
Yes.
And do you know how that binder was created?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, let me try again.
Okay.
Do you know how he chose the documents?
I do not.
Did he share his process with you?
No.
Okay. He gave you a set of documents and the two of you reviewed them, is that correct?
He gave me the binder to review and stepped out of the room.
Okay. And then you sat and reviewed them, correct?
I did.
And then did you discuss the documents with him?
I did.
Okay. You and I have never met to discuss any documents, right?
No.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. Give me 1 minute. Now you were shown 709 by the government, right? And if I could just have that pulled up for you. We went through this document before. Do you recall what Mr. Barnett's role was in this, in the move, if he had a role?
I don't recall if he sent any of those invoices to me.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. We can take that down and look at 1204. You remember testifying about this document on direct?
Yes.
Okay. And the government here, Mr. Ferguson, pointed your attention to the job location being at Connecticut, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the total bill for this one was what? $400. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you authorize payment on this? Sitting here, do you remember?
Not specifically, but I'm sure I paid it.
Okay. Did you ask Sean why you were paying $400 for some work done in Connecticut?
I did not.
Okay. Now let's look at Government Exhibit 375. And the government spent a lot of time asking you about these mattresses, correct?
He asked me questions about them, yes.
Yes. What color they were, how much they cost, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you knew what Hason's mattresses are, right? Are you aware of the company?
I've heard of the name, but I couldn't tell you from where.
Okay. And it's fair to say that the government also asked you questions about this email address for Mr. Barnett, correct? Remember they focused your attention to gsnys.com?
Yes, they asked me questions today about that email address.
Okay. Do you know what that stands for?
I do not.
Did you ask Mr. Barnett, hey, why are you emailing me from this address?
I'm not sure I realized it at the time, but I didn't ask him.
And you didn't ask Ms. Chow, right?
No.
Ms. Shrofa said, okay. If we could just keep scrolling down on that document, please. Still $375, right? I'm not going to go over the price of all the mattresses and everything. But you testified at great length about whether they were blue or white and had a checked pattern, right?
Yes.
Okay. You paid for the mattresses because you were authorized to release payment?
Yes, I was authorized to pay this invoice.
Okay. And you didn't question why the mattresses were being bought, right?
No. I didn't question them.
And the only reason you're testifying about these mattresses is because Mr. Ferguson picked this document and asked you questions about it. Right?
I don't think I understand your question. I'm sorry.
You didn't choose this document to testify about, right?
Correct, I didn't choose it.
And you didn't flag it as a document that you found odd, correct?
I didn't flag anything.
Ms. Shrofa said, okay. Let's just move on. Now let's go to Government Exhibit 522. You see this document?
Yes.
You testified about this one as well?
Yes.
And there were questions asked about where different things were going, correct? Ms. Shrofa said, you know what, just show her the photo again since you had it up on the screen here already.
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, I'm not sure what this is. Is it a document in evidence?
Ms. Shrofa said, it's a government exhibit.
The court said, which exhibit?
Ms. Shrofa said, it's W5V.1. It's a government exhibit in evidence.
By Ms. Shrofa.
Do you know who this person is?
I do not.
Okay. Do you recognize the brass bookcases in the background?
I do not.
You would not be able to match something you read on an inventory sheet with this brass bookcase, correct?
I can't make that match, no.
And you cannot tell if this photograph was taken in the New Jersey residence or not, correct?
I don't know one way or the other.
Ms. Shrofa said, okay. You can take that down. Going back to 522. On the topmost part of this email, right?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson asked you questions about the piano going to the New York office, correct?
Yes.
Do you know why the piano was going to the New York office first?
I didn't ask.
Do you know if it had to do with insurance?
I don't know one way or the other.
How about the mattresses?
No one discussed with me where things were going or why.
Okay. They sent you an email about it. As long as you were authorized to pay it, you paid it, right?
Correct.
Ms. Shrofa said, all right. We can take that down. You don't know who is at 3 Columbus Circle, correct?
I do not know that address.
You don't know an address on East 64th Street, correct?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Sure. Do you know of any significance to an address on East 64th Street?
I don't recognize that address.
You never heard of any place called the Townhouse, correct?
I don't know one way or the other.
Let me show you 1275, please. Do you recall being asked questions about this? I don't even know how to pronounce it, a munial bookcase?
I do.
Okay. Do you know what an immunial bookcase is?
I do not.
If I showed it to you, would you recognize one?
No.
Ms. Shrofa said, okay. We can take that down. Let's go to 1279, please. Thank you, Jorge. And if I could just have you scroll down, please. And is there one more down? Go further down. Okay. And you see this email? Ms. Shrofa said, if I could just have it made larger. You see this person? It's Ilona Musial, right?
Yes.
Was she fired?
I was told she was, yes.
Ms. Shrofa said, okay. You can take that down. How about 1275? If I could just have that made larger. And you know, I think I have the wrong number. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. I may have the wrong number, Your Honor. May I just have a moment?
The court said, go ahead.
Ms. Shrofa said, sorry. I must have written down the exhibit number incorrectly.
by Ms. Schrofa.
But you recall Mr. Ferguson asking you questions about an individual named Lee and at G Fashion?
Yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, Ms. Loftus, could you possibly help me out with the exhibit number? Do you recall giving testimony about that document?
Yes.
Do you know who Leon is?
I don't know.
Do you know what G Fashion is?
I do not.
Do you know if that company exists today?
I don't know one way or the other.
Have you ever Googled G Fashion?
No.
Do you know if G Fashion had some sort of office or space?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
At the Mawa Mansion?
The court said. So she's testified that she doesn't know of the company.
Do you know if any company had space and did work out of the Ramapo property?
I don't know one way or the other.
Do you know if G Fashion clothing was left in that mansion?
Mr. Ferguson said, same objection.
The court said, sustained.
Now you testified to certain questions posed by Mr. Ferguson that you felt payment was authorized by the family behind the Taurus Fund. Remember that?
I do.
Okay. Sitting here today, you do not know if there was one or several families behind the Taurus Fund. Correct?
I don't know one way or the other.
Right. So when you said family, you just used the nomenclature, right?
The people I talked to, that's how they referred to them. I don't know anything beyond them being called the family.
Okay. So you don't know how many people were in this quote-unquote family, correct?
I do not know.
Do you know if it was a joint family or a nuclear family?
Don't.
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to form. I'm not sure what that means.
The court said, I don't understand what the meaning of joint family is.
Do you know what a joint family is?
I don't know.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that a family can be defined as a smaller unit versus a family with all of the siblings included?
Mr. Ferguson said, just I guess objection to relevance and knowledge.
The court said, perhaps you could be more specific.
Would it be fair to say that in certain cultures, family would include all brothers, all of their wives, and all of their children?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection, Your Honor. She's not a cultural expert.
Ms. Schrofa said, I'm asking for her understanding.
The court said, I'd like her opinion on that. Go ahead.
I don't really have an opinion. All cultures are different.
Possible, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to speculation.
The court said, don't ask her to speculate. She's told you all cultures are different.
Are you familiar at all with the Chinese culture?
I am not.
Do you know how a Chinese family would define family?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection. She said she doesn't know.
The court said, sustained.
You were asked questions about a person named Chow, correct?
Yes.
You've never met the person, correct?
Correct.
You got emails from this person, correct?
I was copied on emails that he wrote, yes.
Did you ask what his job was?
No.
Did you ask who he was employed by?
I did not.
Now you testified about freaking out about the SEC subpoena, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I hope somebody told you that's a normal reaction. But you reached out to Aaron Mitchell, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you had a text exchange with Mr. Mitchell, right? Was that a text exchange that? Ms. Schrofa said, I need the exhibit up. I believe it is. I'm sorry. What was the exhibit? Government exhibit number. Okay. This is 1290, correct?
This is a text exchange with Aaron and myself, yes.
Okay. And you're in green?
Yes.
Okay. So you say you're in Hershey and you can't talk right now. Can I call you later, right?
Yes.
And you then exchange a text with him in November, right? November 9th.
Correct.
And you say you wanted to give him a heads up that I got an information subpoena and deposition notice, right?
Yes.
For Taurus Fund.
Yes.
Can we please catch up next week? Right?
Yes, that's my text.
Okay. And he suggests Monday at 2, right?
I'm the green. That's me.
Oh, sorry. So you suggest Monday at 2?
Yes.
And do you know if you're being noticed for a deposition by the Taurus Fund?
I don't believe it was, no.
Okay, so who was noticing you for a deposition?
I don't remember, but it was for bankruptcy court.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. So let's just scroll down. No, one page up. He says, you got it. Thanks, right?
No, that's me.
Still you?
Yeah, I'm green and then, oop, I'm gone.
So what happens in the middle? We've lost all signal. Ms. Strofa said, Your Honor, I think we have some technical difficulties with the equipment.
The court said, okay. Well, we have sent an email to the audiovisual department so they'll come up. Is there anything that you could ask about that doesn't require the screen?
Ms. Strofa said, maybe Ms. Loftus can help me out. Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Ferguson said, do you have the, I think it was 1290? Okay.
Ms. Strofa said, so Ms. Loftus has it. Thank you so much, Ms. Loftus.
By Ms. Schrofa.
Okay, so you see there is a response saying, sure. Call this number. Right? That's from Mr. Mitchell to you, right?
Yes.
And then you say, you got it. Thanks. Right?
Yes.
And could you not reach him so you say to him, call me please?
I think it was he wanted me to call him on his cell phone and not his work number, so.
Okay. And do you know if he was traveling that day?
I have no idea.
Okay. And then who is in blue now?
Blue is me.
Okay. So you say to him, please call me ASAP. Thanks. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And does he call you?
I don't think he did, 'cause I sent another text.
Okay. And you text him and you say, call me when free please looking for update, correct?
Yes, that's my text.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection that somewhere along the way he told you he was busy but would call you back?
Mr. Ferguson said, I don't think there was a failure to recall, but that's fine.
You see a response that says, call me when free please?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, that's Ms. Buck's text, Your Honor, as she testified.
The court said, so which are you referring to? Is that in blue?
The witness said, yes.
The court said, so what's the question?
By Ms. Schrofa.
My question is, do you see the first line, call me when free please, right? Is that line in response to Mr. Mitchell letting you know that he was not free to speak?
I think he didn't respond to my earlier text, so I texted him again.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. So let's keep scrolling down. And you see the government showed you this document, correct?
Yes.
And do you know what the title of that document is?
It's too small.
Do you have any recollection of what that document was?
I know that's from the bankruptcy court. It's notice of motion.
Right.
Do you want me to read it?
Just the title, please.
Notice of motion for extension of time for trustee to bring claims against potential defendants.
Right. So is it fair to say you're a lawyer? I take that back. You're a lawyer, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it's fair to say, right, as a lawyer. You can tell this jury that this is for an extension of time, correct?
Yes.
And when Mr. Mitchell tells you he's not intending to respond to it, doesn't that tell you that he has no opposition to the extension of time request?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained. She cannot possibly know what is on Mr. Mitchell's mind, what he meant.
The motion is for an extension of time, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
And Mr. Mitchell's response to this front page, you testified, was that he did not plan to respond to this motion, correct?
Yes, that was his text response.
Okay. And sitting here today, do you know if you objected to the extension of time?
I didn't respond to this one.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. So let's keep scrolling down. And then you and Mr. Mitchell continue to have an interaction, correct? You keep texting, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he says, yes. About 1,000 people got it, correct?
Yes.
Did you take that as hyperbole or a true statement of fact?
I took it as an exaggeration, that a lot went out.
Okay. And you responded saying, that sounds amazing, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Mitchell replied, like many litigators do, some people are fighting.
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to the commentary.
The court said, don't enhance. Just ask the question.
Some people are fighting it, so if they win, we win, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you say, gotcha. Do I need counsel for this too? Right?
Correct.
And he says, up to you, but I am not getting counsel or responding. Correct?
Yes, that's his text.
And the only document in this chain is a motion for extension of time, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. Could we go all the way down? That's the end of the document, right?
Yes.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. We can take that down. You also testified about another conversation you had with Mr. Aaron Mitchell, right? Where he talked to you about the cost of doing business, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that Mr. Mitchell told you that the government doesn't like the family, correct?
He said something along those lines, yes.
Right. And he did not elaborate on which government it was, correct?
He did not.
He didn't tell you if the government was the United States government, correct?
Correct.
He didn't tell you if it was the Chinese Communist Party, correct?
Correct.
And he didn't tell you why the government did not like the family, correct?
I don't recall him explaining any of it.
And sitting here today, you have no idea whether or not the government liked or disliked this family, correct?
I don't know one way or the other.
Exactly. And is it fair to say that when Mr. Mitchell was talking to you about the Federalist Party of China, that's the name you recall, right?
That's the name I recall, yes.
You had no follow-up questions for him, right?
We may have conversed. I don't remember the details. It wasn't important to me.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. Your Honor, may I just have a moment, please?
The court said yes.
Ms. Strofa said, thank you. You were asked a series of questions about a person named Luc Despins, correct?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I think that's the name on the bankruptcy paperwork.
Okay, but do you know who it is?
Oh, no.
Do you know if it's a lawyer or not a lawyer?
I don't know one way or the other.
Okay. Ms. Buck, sitting here today. Could you tell the jury how much you paid or how much you authorized in payments for security at the property?
I don't know the number, the aggregate number.
You didn't keep an aggregate number in your head for any of the expenses, correct?
I did not.
Right. And you had a limited role to play in all of this, correct?
I paid the invoices that I was authorized to pay.
And you gave a copy of all of those invoices to Mr. Ferguson here, correct?
I believe so.
Ms. Strofa said, I have nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
The court said, all righty. Let's have our redirect.
Mr. Ferguson said, thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect examination. By Mr. Ferguson.
Ms. Buck, you were asked some questions about the conversation regarding the Federalist Party of China. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Just for clarity, who was that conversation with?
Aaron Mitchell.
And when did the Federalist Party of China come up? When was that conversation?
Around when I got the first subpoena.
And who was that first subpoena from?
The SEC.
Is the SEC part of the United States government?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember, Ms. Buck, you were asked questions about whether Sean Jing worked for G Clubs? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, can we please publish, Ms. Loftus, GX Buck 194? And if we can just zoom on the top half, please. Ms. Buck, you see on the top right here, it says customer name, Sean Jing?
Yes.
And on the left it says bill to, and it says Taurus Funds, LLC, and Sean Jing beneath that?
Yes.
Is G Clubs listed anywhere on this document?
No.
And Sean Jing's email address, is that a G Club's email address?
No.
Mr. Ferguson said, if we could go to Ms. Loftus, Defense Exhibit 60613. Now, Ms. Buck, you were asked a number of questions about payments for security invoices. Do you remember those?
Yes.
And this is one of the invoices you were shown, right?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, we can scroll down. And we can scroll down to page 3, please. And if we could just zoom in on the top paragraph there. Ms. Buck, could you read the second sentence there that starts, having 24/7?
Having 24/7 video capabilities can keep your family and operations safe.
Now, Ms. Buck, who did you understand to be behind Taurus Fund, LLC?
A family.
Mr. Ferguson said, we can take that down, Ms. Loftus. Ms. Buck, I'm not going to show you documents again. You were asked questions on cross about the mattresses. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Those were Hason's mattresses, right?
Yes.
They cost some $30,000 apiece, right?
Yes.
Do you know if those mattresses have any special security features?
I don't know.
Mr. Ferguson said, nothing further, Your Honor.
The court said recross?
Recross examination. By Ms. Schrofa.
Do you know any mattress to have a security feature, ever?
I don't know one way or the other.
Okay, let's look at 194, shall we? You see that document about Sean Jing, right? He asked you questions if there was a G club on here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know people to have more than one job at one given time?
Sure, people can have more than one job.
Right. This man could work here and at G Club, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, calls for speculation.
The court said, can a person have more than one job?
The witness said, yes.
The court said, go ahead.
I can work 2 jobs, right?
You can.
Right. I could have a job at G Clubs in the morning and at Walmart in the day, right?
I'm sure you can.
There you go. Ms. Schrofa said, we can take that one down. And let's go to 60613. Let's go to that line, family and operations. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Businesses have operations, correct?
They do.
Ms. Schrofa said, thank you. You can take that down. And let me just take you to your many meetings with Mr. Ferguson over here, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, scope, Your Honor. This is recross. We didn't talk about this.
Ms. Schrofa said, I think it's well within the scope.
The court said, okay, go ahead.
You and Mr. Mitchell discussed the new federal state of China far earlier than June, correct? Do you recall that, talking with Mr. Aaron Mitchell about the new federal state of China more than once? Right? You recall that?
We may have. I don't specifically recall.
All right. Well, let's see if we can help you out. Ms. Schrofa said, if we could just show her. Does that help you out?
I don't know what NFSC is.
New federal state of China?
Oh.
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, the question is if it refreshes her recollection. She should not read the document into the record.
The court said, so you just look at the document and you'll say whether it refreshes your recollection.
The witness said, yes. By Ms. Schrofa.
Okay. You don't really remember much about this because the new federal state of China doesn't interest you, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer. Go ahead.
I wasn't interested, no.
Ms. Schrofa said, thank you. I have nothing further. Have a nice day.
The court said, all righty. Thank you. You may step out.
Witness excused.
The court said, the government may call its next witness.
Mr. Ferguson said, the government calls Douglas Skalka.
Douglas Skalka, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows.
The court said, please state your name and spell it.
The witness said, my name is Douglas Skalka, Skalka.
The court said, you may inquire.
Direct examination. By Mr. Ferguson.
Good morning, Mr. Skalka.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, just before we get started, if I may just offer an exhibit pursuant to a stipulation?
The court said yes. Go ahead.
Mr. Ferguson said, GXC 146 and GXC 146T.
Mr. Cumraju said, No objection, Your Honor.
The court said, they are admitted.
Government's Exhibits C-146, C-146, T, received in evidence. By Mr. Ferguson.
Mr. Skalka, what do you for work?
I'm an attorney in private practice.
What firm do you work at?
I work at the firm known as Newbert, Pepe and Monteith.
Mr. Skalka, you can adjust the microphone and you can pull it closer to you. What type of law do you practice?
I practice primarily in the area of bankruptcy and financial distress, creditors' rights. Commercial transactions involving financially distressed entities and assets. Those are my practice areas.
How long have you been bankruptcy-related law?
Approximately 35 years.
Are you familiar with the bankruptcy proceedings of Ho Wan Kwok or Milesqua?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with that?
My firm Newbert, Pepe and Monteith has been retained as Connecticut Counsel and Conflicts Counsel for the Chapter 11 trustee appointed in Mr. Kwok's bankruptcy proceeding.
What name do you refer to him by?
I refer to him as Mr. Kwok or the debtor.
Where was Mr. Kwok's bankruptcy filed?
It was filed in the bankruptcy court for the District of Connecticut in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
What type of bankruptcy did Kwok file?
It's a Chapter 11 bankruptcy proceeding.
What typically happens in that type, the Chapter 11 proceeding that Mr. Kwok filed?
Chapter 11 bankruptcy proceedings are commonly referred to as reorganization proceedings, meaning that they're an effort by the debtor to reorganize their financial affairs with an effort to obtain a plan that's acceptable to the entity's creditors or the person's creditors and to emerge from the bankruptcy proceeding as a more viable entity with a plan acceptable to his or their creditors.
Is there a bankruptcy trustee in Mr. Kwok's Chapter 11 case?
Yes.
How was that trustee appointed at a high level?
The trustee was appointed by the bankruptcy court in the District of Connecticut. I believe the order was entered in June of 2022, and it was in response to a motion filed in the bankruptcy case.
And again, just at a high level, what is the trustee's role in Mr. Kwok's bankruptcy?
A Chapter 11 trustee, essentially the Chapter 11 trustee in Mr. Kwok's bankruptcy case, essentially steps in the shoes of the debtor and has all the powers and rights of a debtor. Which means he has the right to pursue the recovery of assets, to pursue claims to recover assets for the benefit of creditors. He also has a right to object to claims, and also to keep the court and the creditors advised of what is going on in the bankruptcy proceeding. Meaning he has to file monthly reports with the bankruptcy court.
You used the phrase creditor. What's a creditor?
A creditor is any party who has a claim against the debtor and a claim can be brought. And it's broadly defined under the bankruptcy code. Could be for a specific amount of money, an unknown amount of money. It could be a contingent claim. Those are all creditors.
The court said, do you mean a creditor is a person or an entity that believes that they are owed money?
The witness said, it could be owed money or property.
The court said, go ahead.
Mr. Skalka, without getting into any privileged areas or discussions, what role, if any, has your firm played as counsel to the trustee?
My firm was retained as Connecticut Counsel and Conflicts Counsel for the Chapter 11 trustee.
Again, without getting into any privileged stuff, at a high level. What sort of work have you done in the bankruptcy?
So in that role, myself and my firm, my colleagues, have filed pleadings on behalf of the trustee, attended hearings on behalf of the trustee, pursued discovery from third parties on behalf of the trustee, including serving subpoenas on third parties to obtain information or documents from third parties. In connection with pleadings, we have filed lawsuits. We have filed motions. We have filed objections to other parties' motions.
Could you at a high level just please explain the process for your firm to be compensated for that work in the bankruptcy proceedings?
Yes. As a court-approved professional, which is what my firm is in the bankruptcy case, we are required to file what are called fee applications periodically with the bankruptcy court and seek to have our fees approved by the bankruptcy court. Those fee applications are subject to objections by any party in the bankruptcy case, as well as by the judge. The judge ultimately has the decision as to what fees are awarded and when they are paid.
Have your fees been paid in Mr. Kwok's bankruptcy so far?
Some of my firm's fees have been paid.
Now, generally speaking, how is a trustee compensated in a Chapter 11 case?
A Chapter 11 trustee, like the Chapter 11 trustee in Mr. Kwok's case, has the right to seek a commission under the Bankruptcy Code Commission, meaning a percentage of the funds that are recovered and run through the bankruptcy estate during the course of the bankruptcy case. The trustee has the right to seek that commission.
And what's your understanding of how Mr. Kwok's bankruptcy trustee is being compensated?
Mr. Kwok, bankruptcy trustee.
The interpreter said, interpreter request all parties to slow down.
The court said, please slow down.
Mr. Skalka, what's your understanding of how Mr. Kwok's bankruptcy trustee is being compensated?
Mr. Kwok's bankruptcy trustee has indicated he is not going to seek commission as the trustee.
What is the trustee's name?
His name is Mr. Luc Despins.
Where does he work?
He is an attorney with the law firm of Paul Hastings.
And what kind of law does he practice?
He's a bankruptcy attorney.
What law firm is the main counsel or the primary counsel for the trustee?
The trustee retained his law firm Paul Hastings as lead counsel.
Is it common or uncommon for a trustee to hire his or her own bankruptcy practice?
When a trustee has a bankruptcy practice, sometimes trustees are not in bankruptcy firms. A trustee could be not even attorneys. But in this case, he's a bankruptcy attorney. And he has a bankruptcy practice, so it is common for trustees to retain their firms under these circumstances.
Has the trustee filed actions to recover funds related to the bankruptcy?
The interpreter said, Your Honor, if we may have both parties to slow down.
The court said, please speak slowly.
Has the trustee filed actions to recover funds related to the bankruptcy?
Yes, the trustee has commenced actions.
Approximately how many actions?
The trustee has commenced to date approximately 300 actions.
Approximately how much has been recovered to date?
To date, the trustee has recovered over $100 million.
Mr. Skalka, are you billing for your testimony today?
I am not.
Why are you testifying today?
I was requested to testify by your office.
How many times approximately have you met with the U.S. Attorney's Office to prepare for your testimony?
I have met with the U.S. Attorney's Office 3 times, twice remotely and once in person.
Now, Mr. Skalka, who is Mr. Kwok's largest known creditor?
Mr. Kwok's largest known creditor in the bankruptcy is an entity known as Pacific Alliance Asia Opportunity Fund.
Do you refer to that by any acronym?
Yes. That entity is commonly referred to in the bankruptcy case as PAX because frankly it's a lot to say Pacific Alliance Asia Opportunity Fund.
Can you spell PAX?
It's commonly spelled as PAX.
At a high level, what is PAX?
PAX is a fund that lends money to commercial enterprises.
And, Mr. Skalka, you could probably adjust the mic closer to your mouth. If you could keep your voice up slightly. It's difficult to hear.
I'll get a little bit closer. Sorry.
Perfect. Thank you. Now, really quick, Mr. Skalka, could you spell the last name of the trustee for us?
Despins, Despins.
Now, going back to PAX. As part of your involvement in Mr. Kwok's bankruptcy, have you become familiar with the litigation between PAX and Mr. Kwok?
Yes, I have.
Prior to the bankruptcy filing, was there a lawsuit between PAX and Mr. Kwok?
Yes.
What was PAX's claim against Mr. Kwok?
PAX claimed that Mr. Kwok had signed a personal guarantee related to a loan that was made by PAX to a commercial enterprise, a business known as Shiny Time Holding. And PAX was seeking to recover that loan that it had made to Shiny Times Holding from Mr. Kwok.
In layman's terms, what's a personal guarantee?
It is a separate contract between a lender and the person who signs the personal guarantee, which essentially says if the party that the loan is made to doesn't pay the loan for whatever reason. The person who signs the personal guarantee, often referred to as the guarantor, is essentially saying, I'm going to be obligated to pay the loan if the party, the borrower, doesn't pay the loan for whatever reason.
Where was Pax's lawsuit regarding the personal guarantee filed?
It's filed in the New York Supreme Court.
And when approximately did PAX file this lawsuit in New York Supreme Court?
In 2017.
And by the way, that court, is that state court or federal court?
That is a state court.
At a high level, what kind of document did PAX file to start the lawsuit?
The document they filed was called a complaint.
Just again at a very high level, what's a complaint?
A complaint is a document that commences a piece of litigation. It states the claim that the plaintiff, who is the party that starts the litigation. The claim of the plaintiff against a defendant or defendants, that claim is set forth in the complaint.
Did Mr. Kwok file an answer?
Yes.
And what's an answer? Again, just very high level.
High level is the answer is. Again, a document filed in the lawsuit responding to the claims asserted in the plaintiff's complaint.
And, Mr. Skalka, do you recall what PAX alleged in the complaint that it had done prior to 2017 to recover the alleged debt?
Yes. The complaint indicates that there were efforts made by PAX to collect on its loan from Shiny Times and I believe Mr. Kwok. And that there had been negotiations and even a potential settlement reached at one point. But the complaint indicates that that settlement fell apart or didn't go forward for some reason.
What's a demand letter?
A demand letter is a letter that is what it sounds like. It's a letter written usually to a party that is owed, may owe money to the sender of the letter. It's a demand to pay on a debt.
And were there, if ever, demand letters sent by PAX?
Mr. Kumraju said, "Objection to personal knowledge, Your Honor."
Mr. Ferguson said, "I can rephrase, Your Honor."
The court said, go ahead.
Do you recall if PAX alleged they had sent demand letters?
Mr. Kumraju said, "Objection to relevance."
The court said, if you'll set up.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
The court said, is the complaint in evidence?
Mr. Ferguson said, it's not. I think I can move on. My only question, if I may ask Mr. Kumraju just a question. We can maybe resolve this. Is there going to be cross on the complaint that's filed in response to him being a Chinese dissident?
Mr. Kumraju said, "I'm going to ask the date when it was filed. That's all."
Mr. Ferguson said, if I need to get into this, I think we can address it on redirect. I'll move on for now.
The court said, thank you.
Continued on next page. In open court. By Mr. Ferguson.
Mr. Skalka, at a high level did Mr. Kwok's answer admit or deny the allegations?
Mr. Kwok's answer denied the allegation in the complaint.
What, if anything, happened with the PAX lawsuit?
PAX at some point in the litigation filed what's referred to as a motion of summary judgment seeking a judgment on its complaint against Mr. Kwok.
Was there a summary judgment ruling in the PAX case?
Yes.
And at a high level, what was the ruling?
The court granted the motion filed by PAX and entered judgment against Mr. Kwok.
And what, if any, damages were awarded as well?
The court entered a judgment in the amount of roughly $114 million.
And approximately when was that entered?
September of 2020.
And at a high level, what was the basis for that amount of damages?
That was the principal amount of the loan plus interest and I believe some attorney's fees.
What, if any, efforts did PAX make to collect on that judgment?
Soon after the court granted the summary judgment motion, PAX filed a motion for a restraining order to restrain the debtor or Mr. Kwok from transferring assets outside of the jurisdiction.
And were any restraining orders entered?
Yes.
What is a restraining order?
It's an order from the court to restrain a party from doing something. In this case it was an effort to restrain the debtor Mr. Kwok from transferring assets.
Ms. Loftus, if we could show the witness what's marked as Government Exhibit 1416. What's this document? Mr. Skalka?
This is a copy of the restraining order entered by the New York Supreme Court on October 15, 2020.
Mr. Ferguson said, the government offers Government Exhibit 1416.
Mr. Kumraju said, "No objection."
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit 1416 received in evidence. By Mr. Ferguson.
Mr. Skalka, what date was this filed?
It was entered, I believe, on October 15, 2020.
And if we could, Ms. Loftus, maybe we can make the text a little larger just for reading. Mr. Skalka. Could you please read these paragraphs, please?
On October 15, 2020. The court held oral argument via Microsoft Teams with counsel for all parties participating on plaintiff's motion for a post-judgment restraining order pursuant to CPLR 5229, Motion 011. On September 15, 2020. The court granted summary judgment in favor of plaintiff on liability with damages on the issue of whether the corporate defendants are defendant Kwok's alter egos to be determined at a later date.
If you could just read the next paragraph.
Plaintiff's motion for a restraining order pursuant to CPLR 5229 is granted. Mr. Kwok is restrained from making or causing any sale, assignment, transfer or interference with any property in which he has an interest, whether directly or indirectly, and from paying over or otherwise disposing of any debt now due or thereafter coming due to him subject to the exception set forth in CPLR 5222 in accordance with the proceedings on the record of October 15, 2020. Specifically, Mr. Kwok and or the registered owners of 1. The residence at the Sherry Netherland Hotel, and 2. The yacht, the Lady May, are restrained from making or causing any sale, assignment, transfer or interference with those assets.
Mr. Skalka, some of this refers to the word plaintiff. Who is the plaintiff in this case?
Pax.
And there's a reference to alter ego. What's an alter ego?
An alter ego is a related entity or an entity that is controlled by a third party.
And focusing you on the bottom paragraph number 1, the residence at the Sherry Netherland Hotel. Are you familiar with that residence?
I am in the context of the Kwok's bankruptcy proceeding.
What's your understanding of the residence being referred to?
I believe it refers to the co-op that it is owned by an entity known as Jennifer Holdings LLC. It owns actually the shares in that co-op.
What kind of apartment was it?
It's a penthouse apartment at the property known as the Sherry Netherlands Hotel on 5th Avenue, New York City.
What, if any, were their collection efforts with respect to the Sherry Netherland apartment?
Yes. Pax was seeking to recover its judgment or its claim from the asset known as the Sherry Netherland Hotel apartment.
What, if anything, happened with those efforts?
I'm sorry. I didn't hear your question.
What, if anything, happened with Pax's efforts to collect on the apartment?
Shortly after the entry of this order, Jennifer Holdings, LLC, filed its own Chapter 11 bankruptcy proceedings. So that automatically stayed or stopped Pax's efforts to collect from that entity.
Why did it filing for bankruptcy automatically stop those efforts?
Under the Bankruptcy Code, any bankruptcy filing creates what is known as an automatic stay. It's under Section 362 of the Bankruptcy Code. That stays all efforts by any creditor to try to collect from the debtor while they're in bankruptcy unless they obtain bankruptcy court relief to do so.
Focusing on number 2, the yacht, the Lady May. What, if any, efforts did PAX make to collect via the yacht?
Well, in this case they had obtained this restraining order. And I believe they were in the process of trying to collect their judgment from the Lady May.
Do you recall withdrawn? What of note happened next with respect to the Lady May?
According to the pleadings in this case, the Lady May was moved outside of the jurisdiction of the New York Supreme Court. And PAX filed a motion for contempt against Mr. Kwok for allegedly violating this restraining order by moving the boat outside of the jurisdiction of the court.
What is contempt?
Contempt in this case is knowingly violating the court's order.
If we could show the witness what's marked as Government Exhibit 1413. Was the motion for contempt granted?
Yes, it was.
Is this the order of contempt?
What I'm looking at now is a copy of the final order of contempt which was entered in February of 2022.
Mr. Ferguson said, Government offers Government Exhibit 1413.
Mr. Kumraju said, subject to our prior objection, no objection at this time.
The court said, all righty.
Government's Exhibit 1413 received in evidence. By Mr. Ferguson.
While we're waiting, Mr. Skalka, what date was this final order of civil contempt entered?
February 9, 2022.
Ms. Loftus, if we could zoom on the actual text, the bottom half. Mr. Skalka. Could you please read the first paragraph?
Whereas this court's conditional order of civil contempt, dated March 16, 2021, directed that if defendant Kwok Ho-won
Kwok failed to return the Lady May yacht, the Lady May, to the jurisdiction of this court by May 15, 2021, he would be subject to a $500,000 fine for each day that the Lady May remained outside of the jurisdiction.
And if you could read the next line, please.
Whereas the Lady May was not returned to the jurisdiction by May 15, 2021.
And if you could go ahead and read the next one, please.
Whereas on November 4, 2021, the Appellate Division's First Department affirmed this court's order holding Kwok in conditional civil contempt, finding that the daily fine of $500,000 was intended to strongly encourage defendant to purge himself of the contempt, which despite being permitted 2 months to accomplish, he has shown no interest in doing, and instructing this court to proceed with an evidentiary hearing to resolve a dispute as to ownership and control of the yacht and to assess appropriate penalties.
The court said, "One moment, please."
Pause.
The court said, "You may continue."
Mr. Skalka, if you could read the last line on this page.
Whereas Kwok to date has failed to return the Lady May to the jurisdiction.
Ms. Loftus, if you could go to the next page, please. Why don't we zoom on the top half first? Could you continue, Mr. Skalka?
Whereas the evidentiary hearing specified by the First Department's November 4, 2021, order was held on February 2, 2022.
And if you could read the next line, please.
Whereas both Kwok and the registered title holder of the Lady May, HK International Funds Investments, USA, Limited, LLC, appeared at the hearing by counsel, proffered evidence and were represented by counsel.
Who is the owner, Mr. Skalka? Of HK International Funds Investments or the registered owner of HK International Funds Investments USA Limited, LLC?
May Guo.
What relationship, if any, did May Guo have to Mr. Kwok?
May Guo is Mr. Kwok's daughter.
The evidentiary hearing reference here which family members, if any, testified at that hearing?
Mr. Kumraju said, "Objection, personal knowledge."
The court said, "If you know."
Which family members, if any, testified at that hearing?
The pleadings indicate that May Guo testified at the hearing.
If you could continue and read the third paragraph, please.
Whereas based on the evidence adduced at the hearing, the court determines that PAX has clearly and convincingly established that Kwok has a beneficial interest in and control over the Lady May as set forth in the court's February 9, 2022 decision and order.
What is a beneficial interest, Mr. Skalka? What's your understanding?
My understanding of beneficial interest as used in this order is that he had. If he didn't have title to this property, he had some interest in the property. Some ownership interest in the property.
If we can scroll down. It says that accordingly it is hereby ordered, adjudged, and decreed that. And there's a list where several things. Could you please read number 1?
Kwok has violated New York Judiciary Law Section 753 and is in civil contempt of this court's order.
And number 2?
Kwok is directed to tender immediate payment to PAX in the amount of $134 million representing $500,000 for each day between May 15, 2021 and February 7, 2022.
And number 3?
The amount due to PAX shall continue to accrue at the rate of $500,000 per day until Kwok returns the Lady May to the jurisdiction, which additional accrual shall begin 10 business days from service of this order with notice of entry.
And number 4, please.
Payment of the amount set forth in paragraph 2 above shall be made to PAX within 5 business days of the service of this order with notice of entry.
And number 5?
The court shall exercise its full authority under New York Judiciary Law Section 753 in the event the fine is not timely paid to PAX.
And what authority besides filings does the court have under that law?
The court under that statute also has the right to issue what are called capious orders.
What does that mean?
An arrest warrant.
Mr. Skalka, focusing you on number 4, approximately how long did Kwok, Mr. Kwok, have to pay the $134 million?
He had 5 business days.
Did Mr. Kwok in fact make that payment?
No.
What happened instead?
On February 15, 2022, the Chapter 11 bankruptcy filing was made in the District of Connecticut.
And how soon was that filing made withdrawn? What was the timing of that filing with respect to the deadline to pay the $134 million?
It was 6 days. I believe it's within the 5 business days though of this order. It's 6 days after the entry of this order from Judge Ostrager.
Can we show the witness what's marked as Government Exhibit 1407? Mr. Skalka, what's this document?
This is a copy of the voluntarily petition filed by Mr. Kwok on February 15, 2022 in the District of Connecticut.
Mr. Ferguson said, Government offers Government Exhibit 1407.
Mr. Kumraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit 1407 received in evidence. By Mr. Ferguson.
Ms. Loftus, maybe we can just blow up the middle portion perhaps. Underneath about debtor 1. What name is listed there?
Ho Wan Kwok.
And what are the other names listed beneath that?
Miles Kwok, Miles Guo, Wingui Guo.
And to the right of that it says about debtor 2, and in parenthesis spouse only in a joint case. Is that filled out?
No.
What is the name of Mr. Kwok's spouse?
Hing Chi Nok.
Could you spell that for the court report, please?
HINGCHINGOK.
Ms. Loftus, if we can go to page 2, please. If we could zoom on where you live. What did Mr. Kwok put for where he lives?
He put an address care of Golden Spring, New York Limited at 162 East 64th Street in New York.
Ms. Loftus, let's go to page 7, please. If we can zoom on the bottom half. Mr. Skalka, in number 18. How many creditors did Mr. Kwok estimate he owed?
He estimated that he had somewhere between 50 to 99 creditors.
And how much did he estimate that he owned in assets?
He indicated that he had assets worth between $50,001 and $100,000.
And focusing you on the bottom left, who signed this?
Mr. Kwok.
Now we can take that down, Ms. Loftus. Mr. Skalka. Did filing for a bankruptcy resolve the issue with the Lady May?
No, it did not.
Did there come a time when an agreement was reached to hold funds in escrow as security for the Lady May?
Yes.
Ultimately, how much was put into escrow?
$37 million.
And who were the parties to that agreement?
It was an agreement reached between PAX, Mr. Kwok, the Creditors Committee, which was a committee appointed by the U.S. Bankruptcy Court in the District of Connecticut, and HK, what I refer to as HK USA.
Just remind us, what is HK USA?
It was the entity owned by May Guo that claimed to be the title holder to the Lady May.
What was the source of the $37 million that was put into escrow pursuant to that agreement?
The source was a loan made to HK USA.
Ms. Loftus, if we could show the witness what's marked as Government Exhibit 1314. Mr. Ferguson said, may I have just a quick moment, Your Honor?
The court said, go ahead.
While we're waiting, Mr. Skalka. Do you recall the date the loan agreement was executed or the date on the loan agreement?
I believe it was April 19, 2022.
And just for context, about how long after the filing of Mr. Kwok's bankruptcy is that?
It's approximately 2 months after the filing.
Can you see it on your screen, Mr. Skalka?
Yes.
What is this document?
This is a copy of the loan agreement between HK International Funds Investment USA Limited LLC and Himalaya International Financial Group, Ltd.
Mr. Ferguson said, the government offers Government Exhibit 1314.
Mr. Kumraju said, no objection, Your Honor.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit 1314 received in evidence. By Mr. Ferguson.
Now that we can see it, Ms. Loftus, if you can zoom in on the text on the cover page. So it says dated 19th of April, 2022. Do you see that, Mr. Skalka?
Yes.
Can you read who this loan agreement is between?
Loan agreement between HK International Funds Investments USA Limited LLC and Himalaya International Financial Group Ltd.
Let's go to page 2, Ms. Loftus, if we could just keep scrolling down. Just to focus on the bottom line there where it says the yacht. Can you read what's just in the quotation mark after the yacht, Mr. Skalka?
Lady May.
And if we can go to page 4, please, and scroll down. Mr. Skalka. Under purpose, if you could read 3.1 and 3.2?
Yes. The total facility amount will be paid into an escrow account as agreed between the parties in writing, the escrow account, as per this agreement. The total facility amount will be used as security for the court in relation to the yacht. The period the borrower retained the total facility amount in the escrow account will be the time period from the date of this agreement to when the yacht is returned to the USA. The borrower will make all reasonable efforts for the prompt return of the yacht.
And focusing on 2.1, what was the amount, what was the facility amount?
$37 million.
If we could go to page 5, please, focusing you on 4.3. Could you read 4.3?
The total facility amount shall be secured against the yacht and all other assets of the company directly and indirectly and shall take priority against all other liability or debts claim against the borrower.
At a high level, what does it mean for the loan to be secured against the yacht?
This indicates that there was going to be a lien against the yacht. That's the security that I believe the lender was looking for.
If we can go to page 13. Mr. Skalka, who signed for what you called HKUSA, I believe?
May Guo.
And what is her position listed as?
She's listed as the sole member of that LLC.
And who signed for Himalaya International Financial Group?
I do not recognize the signature.
Is there a title listed for that person?
No.
Is there a name listed for that person?
No.
What does it say?
It just says authorized signature.
If we could show the witness, Ms. Loftus, Government Exhibit 1316. What's this document, Mr. Skalka?
This document is a side letter to the loan agreement that we just looked at. The loan agreement dated April 19, 2022 between HKUSA and Himalaya International Financial Group.
Mr. Ferguson said, Government offers Government Exhibit 1316. Honor?
Mr. Kamraju said, "Can I have one moment real quick, Your?"
The court said yes.
Mr. Kamraju said, "No objection, Your Honor."
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit 1316 received in evidence. By Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you. Mr. Skalka, you said side letter, very high level. What's a side letter to an agreement?
It's an amendment. This is designed to be an amendment to the loan agreement. So it has some new terms or revised terms.
Focusing you sort of on the upper left, what's the date of this letter?
April 29, 2022.
Is this between the same parties as the loan agreement we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
If we could focus, Ms. Loftus, on January 2nd and January 3rd. Mr. Skalka, I'll ask you to just read 1.3, please. Through the subparagraph?
In consideration of the sum of £1 we agree as follows. A. The loan in the loan agreement will no longer be deemed to be secured against the yacht. B. The borrower will instead provide a personal guarantee, a signed copy of which has been received. C. The terms.
That's actually okay. Mr. Skalka, in 1.3 where it says in consideration of. What's your understanding of what that means in this context?
There were some considerations for the change in the terms of the loan agreement so that it would no longer be secured. But there'd be a personal guarantee.
In layman's terms, what consideration?
Some value in this case. It was only £1. But layman's terms it is some value.
And, Ms. Loftus, if we could show what's marked actually, if we could scroll down quickly to page 2. If we could zoom on the signatures. Is there a signature for HKUSA?
Yes.
Is there a name listed?
No.
What's the position listed?
Director.
What was the position listed on the loan?
Sole member.
And then for Himalaya International Financial Group, who signed there?
I don't recognize the signature.
Is there a name listed?
There is a name. There's a signature. There's no name listed.
Let's show what's marked as Government Exhibit 1315 just for the witness, please. What's this document? Mr. Skalka?
This is a copy of a guarantee agreement.
Mr. Ferguson said, Government offers Government Exhibit 1315.
Mr. Kamraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit 1315 received in evidence. By Mr. Ferguson.
Mr. Skalka, who is this guarantee agreement between?
It is between Guo and the Himalaya International Financial Group, Ltd.
And the document we looked at earlier referenced a personal guarantee. At a high level, what is this agreement about?
This is a personal guarantee from Guo indicating that she's personally guaranteeing the obligation between HK International Funds Investments USA, as I refer to as HK USA, and Himalaya International Financial Group.
If we can scroll down, Ms. Loftus, to the signature page. Who signed it?
Guo.
How does this kind of agreement compare to the one that PAX had alleged Mr. Kwok had given?
Mr. Kamraju said, objection to form.
The court said, sustained.
If we could go now, Ms. Loftus, to Government Exhibit show the witness only please. What's marked as Government Exhibit 1303? What's this document, Mr. Skalka?
This is a draft loan agreement between Hong Kong International Fund Limited and ACA Capital Group Limited.
Was this document produced to the trustee in discovery?
Yes.
Who was it produced by?
Counsel for HK USA.
That's the registered title holder of the Lady May?
Yes. 1303.
Mr. Ferguson said, Government offers Government Exhibit.
Mr. Kamraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit 1303 received in evidence. By Mr. Ferguson.
If we can publish, please. Mr. Skalka, who is the draft loan agreement between?
Hong Kong International Fund Limited and ACA Capital Group Limited.
If we could scroll down now. Mr. Skalka. Do you know why the lender was changed from ACA Capital Group to Himalaya Entity?
I do not.
If we can keep scrolling down and we can just go all the way down to page 15, Ms. Loftus. Mr. Skalka. Could you read the first signature line, the entity for the first signature line?
Hong Kong International Fund Limited.
And could you read the second entity?
Fortress Spark Limited.
Do you know what Fortress Spark Limited is?
I do not.
To your knowledge, has Fortress Spark Limited otherwise come up in Mr. Kwok's bankruptcy?
Not to my knowledge.
We could take that down, Ms. Loftus. Mr. Skalka, was $37 million ultimately put into escrow?
Yes.
And who received those funds first?
The loan proceeds went to HK USA's counsel in the bankruptcy case.
And what was the name of their counsel?
The law firm of Zeisler and Zeisler.
Who, if anyone, else did Zeisler and Zeisler come to represent in the bankruptcy?
They also represented Guo, and subsequently they've also become counsel for Mr. Kwok.
Ms. Loftus, if we could show the witness, these are 4 docs. These are government exhibits, Mr. Skalka. Before we do that, I'll tell you, Ms. Loftus, 1419, 1420, 1421, and 1422. While we're waiting, Mr. Skalka, what, if anything, happened in the PAX case after the $37 million was put in escrow with respect to the yacht?
The PAX case was stayed as a result of the bankruptcy filings. So there was no further action being taken in the PAX case while the bankruptcy case was pending.
Mr. Skalka, are you able to see what these documents are at a high level?
Yes, I could see them.
Are these filings by Mr. Kwok and his attorney in the bankruptcy regarding his assets?
Yes, his assets and his liabilities.
Mr. Ferguson said, the government offers Government Exhibit 1419 through 1422.
Mr. Kamraju said, no objection.
The court said, they're admitted.
Government's Exhibits 1419, 1420, 1421, and 1422 received in evidence. By Mr. Ferguson.
Ms. Loftus, if we could zoom first on 1421. Mr. Skalka. This says declaration about an individual's debtor schedule. Could you read in the bottom left there's a signature? Could you read the text above the signature?
Under penalty of perjury, I declare that I have read the summary and schedules filed with this declaration and that they are true and accurate.
And who signed this?
Mr. Kwok.
And what was the date?
March 9, 2022.
Now, Ms. Loftus, let's just go to, if we could, just pull up Government Exhibit 1420. If we could zoom. Ms. Loftus, on the middle portion on Official Form 106. Mr. Skalka, at a high level, what kind of filing is this?
These are referred to as bankruptcy schedules that need to be filed by any debtor in any bankruptcy case filed in the United States. These are government forms. And this particular document I'm looking at is a summary of the assets and liabilities that had been set forth by the debtor on the various schedules.
What was the total value in real estate assets Mr. Kwok claim?
0.
What was the total value in personal property Mr. Kwok claim?
$3,850.
And under Part 2, how much in liabilities did Mr. Kwok claim?
$373,803,498.09.
How much income did Mr. Kwok claim to have?
0.
What about expenses?
0.
If we could go to page 3 of this, Ms. Loftus. If we could, again. You can blow up about the same portion as we did last time. Mr. Skalka. What did Mr. Kwok say in response whether he had any legal or equitable interest in real estate?
He said none. He didn't have any.
What did Mr. Kwok say about interest in any vehicles?
He said no, he didn't have any.
What about interest in any watercraft?
He said no, he didn't have any.
What about any legal or equitable interest in any household goods and furnishings?
He indicated no, he didn't have any interest.
What about electronics?
He did indicate yes that he had an interest in electronics.
And if we could scroll down, Ms. Loftus. What did he list for electronics?
An iPhone.
And what was the value of that?
Unknown.
If we could scroll down a little bit more. Now, in addition to the iPhone, what other assets did Mr. Kwok declare in this form?
He indicated that he had some clothing. He had a family dog.
What kind of dog?
A Pomeranian.
And what were the value of these assets?
Unknown.
If we could go to page 5, please. What did he list as assets on this page?
He listed that he had some tax refund checks to him from the state of New York and some COVID relief check that had not been negotiated.
Ms. Loftus, if we can now go to Government Exhibit 1419. Maybe we can zoom in on the top half. Mr. Skalka. At a high level, what was this document?
These were notes and statements filed by the debtor counsel describing some limitations as to the disclosure set forth in the debtor schedule that we just looked at and some other responses to questions related to what's called the Statement of Financial Affairs, which we haven't seen. But that's another form that needs to be filled out by a debtor in any bankruptcy case.
Ms. Loftus, if we could zoom out, and if we could go down to page 4. Mr. Skalka. Could you please read question 1?
Do you own or have any illegal or equitable interest in any residence, building, land or similar property?
Can you read the first entry, Mr. Skalka, just for reference, when we looked at the earlier document? How did Mr. Kwok answer that question on that document?
On the schedules in the other document he said he had Northwest interest in real estate.
And could you read bullet number 1 under that?
The debtor has use and occupancy of real estate located at 373 Taconic Road, Greenwich, Connecticut, residence. The debtor has no legal title to the residence and no court has made any determination that the debtor has any other interest, equitable or otherwise, in it. All related costs and expenses associated with the residence are paid directly by family and family-controlled enterprises. The residence is owned by Greenwich Land LLC, Greenwich Land. The sole member of Greenwich Land is the debtor's spouse.
And if we could scroll down to number 2. I'll ask you if you could just read. Why don't you just read the first two sentences?
The debtor also has access to an apartment located at the Sherry Netherland Hotel, 781 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York 10022, the apartment. The cooperative shares in the apartment are held by Jennifer Holdings, LLC, the USSPV, the membership interest.
Mr. Skalka, could you just skipping down a couple of sentences read the sentence that starts the debtor's son?
The debtor's son owns the equity of the apartment owner. On or about the trust date, the apartment owner funded the USSPV with the purchase price for the apartment. These funds came from entities owned or controlled by the debtor's son and not from the debtor.
And Ms. Loftus, if we can zoom out, and if you can just scroll slightly to page 4. Now, Mr. Skalka, are any other properties discussed under that question?
No.
By the way, did Mr. Kwok claim to have an interest in either of these properties that are discussed?
No.
Now, do these discuss at all a property in Mowat, New Jersey?
They do not.
Let's go to page 6, Ms. Loftus, please. If we could zoom on paragraph J, please. Could you read question 17?
Question 17, deposits of money.
And what do these notes say in response to that?
These notes make reference to a restraining order entered in Hong Kong in 2018.
If you could read starting at the second sentence just the restraint order?
The restraint order stated that it would remain in force up to and including April 30, 2019. With the understanding that it would remain in effect pursuant to a further order of the High Court entered on May 3, 2019. The effect of the restraint order was to freeze 3.7 million Hong Kong dollars. Hong Kong dollars of funds alleged to belong to the debtor, as much as billions more of funds and property, including real estate in Hong Kong of individuals and entities purportedly subject to the debtor's effective control, according to the restraint order, were also frozen and/or seized. Due to the freezing/seizure of these assets, the debtor does not include them in his estate.
And if we could go to page 7, please. If we could zoom on the very top paragraph there. If you could read the first sentence there, please.
In September and October 2017, the Chinese government raided the office of Shiny Times and seized all accounting corporate records and many personal financial records.
Can you remind us, Mr. Skalka, what, if any, relevance did Shiny Times have to the PAX case?
Shiny Time Holdings was their full name, was the borrowing entity in the loan from PAX, and the entity that Mr. Kwok personally guaranteed the obligation.
If we could go to page 8, please, and if we could zoom on question 26 just at the top, please. Question 26, an underline says, patent, copyrights, trademarks, trade secrets and other intellectual property. Could you please read Mr. Kwok's note to that answer?
The debtor has possible unregistered copyrights and other intellectual property interest in music and videos posted to various digital and media platforms, such as YouTube, GTV, Twitter and Getter. The debtor ascribes no value to his social media assets and has made no attempts to monetize his social media presence.
What's your understanding of ascribes no value to these assets?
My understanding was that thought that there was no value to these assets.
Ms. Loftus, we can take it down. If we could, Ms. Loftus, show the witness what's marked as Government Exhibit 1401A. While that comes up, Mr. Skalka, what's a meeting of creditors in a bankruptcy?
In every Chapter 11 bankruptcy case, the court soon after the filing of the case sets up a creditors' meeting. It's under Section 341 of the Bankruptcy Code, in which all creditors in the case are invited to attend and could ask questions. But the meeting itself is run by the Office of the United States Trustee and the debtor is required to appear at the meeting and answer questions under oath.
Did those occur in Mr. Kwok's bankruptcy?
Yes.
Mr. Skalka, what is Government Exhibit 1401A?
This is a portion of the transcript of the creditors' meetings held in Mr. Kwok's bankruptcy case on March 21, 2022.
Mr. Ferguson said, the government offers Government Exhibit 1401A.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit 1401A received in evidence. By Mr. Ferguson.
Now, Mr. Skalka, in this excerpt who is being questioned?
Mr. Kwok is being questioned.
And so where it says Q&A, what does Q&A stand for?
Question for Q&A is answer.
Now, if I could ask. I'll read the question, and if you want to read the answers of Mr. Kwok, does Golden Spring own that building that's located at that address?
I don't know.
Have you ever been to that address?
Yes.
What type of building is it? What's located there?
It was a building.
Is the building a residential building or commercial building?
Business building.
And then there's some back and forth with Claiborne and the interpreter. Just for reference, Mr. Skalka. Who is Ms. Claiborne?
She's an attorney with the U.S. Trustee's office in Connecticut.
Is that the office you said runs these meetings?
In Connecticut, yes.
I'll continue here. Does anyone live at that address?
I don't know.
What type of business does Golden Spring do?
It's a big family business. My son works. But I don't know specifically what categories of business it has.
Mr. Kwok, when you use the term.
It is a family office owned by my son. He has other businesses, but I don't know.
Mr. Kwok, when you use the term family business or family office, what do you mean by those terms?
It's mainly for the whole family, all the family members. When there is something we, indiscernible, and help each other.
Mr. Kwok, can you explain in more detail?
I don't know how to explain.
Does Golden Spring have any employees?
Yes.
How many?
I don't know.
Does Golden Spring own any real estate?
I don't know.
Does Golden Spring own any other business?
I don't know.
Does Golden Spring have any bank accounts?
I don't know.
Mr. Kwok. You previously said in documents filed with the bankruptcy court that Golden Spring pays for your personal living expenses. Can you please explain how they do that?
I don't know what you mean by they pay me. In what regard?
Mr. Kwok. You previously told the court in your bankruptcy documents that Golden Spring pays for your clothing, your food, and your housing. My question is, how they do that? Do they give you money? Do they pay other people directly? How does it work?
Whenever I need any expenses for my basic living, I talk to my son and he will tell his office to give it to me.
Who are the owners of Golden Spring? And then there's back and forth, and we can scroll down, skip over that. If you could, Mr. Skalka. You can start after it says the interpreter. I'll repeat the interpretation, starting with when I need. It's the third line.
When I need expenses for my basic living, I tell my son. My son will tell the office to take.
Mr. Kwok, who are the owners of Golden Spring?
My son.
Are there any other owners of Golden Spring other than your son?
No.
Mr. Kwok, have you ever owned an interest in Golden Spring?
No.
Who are the officers and directors of Golden Spring? And we could scroll down. I'll read again. It says by Ms. Claiborne. Mr. Kwok, as of today, who are the officers of Golden Spring?
Indiscernible.
I'm going to repeat that name so everyone understands what I thought I heard. What I heard was Yenping, also known as Yvonne Wang. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Is Yvonne Wang the only officer of Golden Spring?
I don't know.
As of today, who are the directors of Golden Spring?
I don't know.
Mr. Kwok, have you ever been a director of Golden Spring?
I don't remember.
Mr. Kwok, who is Max Krasner?
I don't know. I don't know.
Mr. Kwok, who is Max Krasner? And it says Mr. Kwok, can you please answer? For reference, Mr. Skalka. Who is Mr. Baldiga?
He was Mr. Kwok's bankruptcy counsel at the time.
If we could just scroll down. So you can continue at line 22, Mr. Skalka.
He has to double check with you because I cannot read and cannot remember English names well. So just the names. You said Max. If it's the name Max, only I know Max. But if you add another name to it, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Do you know a Max with respect to Golden Spring?
Yes, I know.
And what is Max's role with Golden Spring?
I don't know.
Well, how do you know Max?
I don't remember.
Do you know more than one person by the name of Max?
For me, English name is very complicated. Like I can't remember the last name of my lawyer. If you add something else to Max, I don't know.
Mr. Kwok, the name Max Krasner is listed as a person to whom the mail for Golden Spring is directed to. Do you know why that is?
I only remember there is a Max in Golden Spring. I only know this one thing.
And what is Max's job at Golden Spring?
I'm not sure what role indiscernible, know he is in charge of finance, but I'm not sure.
What does he do for Golden Spring with respect to finances?
I was not involved in the management, so I don't know.
If Golden Spring gives you money, does it come through Max Krasner's efforts? Does he help make that happen?
I don't know, he didn't give me money in person.
Mr. Kwok, when you get money from Golden Spring, how do you get money? Does it come in the form of cash or something else?
From my son and, indiscernible.
That gets repeated by the interpreter and the question is. My question was, how do you get money from your son? Does it come in the form of cash or some other form?
I don't understand what you mean by how, the word how. I never get money directly from them.
If you don't get money directly from your son, how do you get the money from your son? Where does it go?
I don't use cash and I don't use credit cards. My son and.
Indiscernible. 1. They just pay my expenses for me. It's impossible for me to get any cash from them. Also, I don't have any bank accounts.
Mr. Kwok, do you have access to a credit card that was taken out by Golden Spring? And then Mr. Baldiga. Asked again, Mr. Kwok, do you have access to a credit card or a debit card provided to you by or through Golden Spring?
No.
Mr. Kwok. Are you obligated to pay Golden Spring back for the money that it pays on your behalf for your living expenses?
No, no need.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, if we could show the witness what's marked as Government Exhibit 1401B. Your Honor. At this time the government offers other excerpts. They are 1404A and 1404B.
Mr. Kamraju said, no objection.
The court said, they are admitted.
Government's Exhibits 1401B, 1404A, 1404B received in evidence. By Mr. Ferguson.
I'll continue. Are these answers still from Mr. Kwok?
Yes.
And this is the same meeting of creditors, the same one we were looking at, another excerpt?
Yes.
I'll continue with the questions. What is your relationship to Golden Spring?
I don't understand what you mean by your question. I don't know how to answer your question.
Do you know what the word relationship means?
Relationship means love of things in China. It could be between husband and wife. It could be between government relationship, a financial relationship, money, and it could be a lot of things.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, can you please publish?
So I don't know which one you mean. Is it a man/woman relationship or a money relationship or what?
Any relationship. What is it? What is your it says?
Indiscernible. And then question comes again, any relationship, what is yours to Golden Spring?
Now the relationship is between as he lends me money. I owe money to him. It helps me.
Why does he do this?
Because I was once a member of the Guo family.
Does Golden Spring pay the expenses of any other member of the Guo family?
Yes.
Which other members of the Guo family?
I don't know.
A year ago I asked you why does Golden Spring pay Mr. Podhasky, spelled, for services rendered to you in your individual capacity. I'm asking that again now. Why does Golden Spring pay Mr. Podhasky for services rendered to you in your individual capacity? And if we could scroll down. And then it says, can you start at line 12 where it says Mr. Kwok, how did he answer that?
I don't know.
Have you ever asked anyone why they pay for him to advise you?
I don't remember.
I asked you last year why did Golden Spring, New York pay that judgment on your behalf? And I was referring to the one my client Mr. Chang held against you. I'm asking you again. Why did Golden Spring, New York pay that judgment on your behalf?
It was money lended.
Why did Golden Spring loan you that money?
I don't have anything, so I borrowed from them.
Where did Golden Spring get the money from?
I don't know.
Where does Golden Spring get any money from?
I don't know.
Your son owns Golden Spring, correct?
Yes.
Does your son owe you any money?
No.
How does your son get the money that funds Golden Spring?
I don't know.
Did you ever provide your son with any seed capital?
No.
Have you ever invested in any of your son's businesses?
No.
When did Connecticut become your residence?
End of February or early March of 2020.
And if we could scroll down, Ms. Loftus. If we could now go to 1404A. Is this another excerpt from a meeting of creditors?
Yes.
What was the date of this meeting?
April 6, 2022.
And the answers here, are they from Mr. Kwok?
Yes.
So I will read the question again. Did you meet with anyone else beside your attorney to prepare for today's meeting while you were at the office?
I don't know what you mean, the other people.
Well, did you meet with anyone who worked for Golden Spring?
Yes, I meet Yvonne Wong.
And this was yesterday?
Yes, I met her yesterday.
Did you ask some questions of her yesterday?
No.
And tell me about your conversation with Ms. Wang?
What do you mean?
Well, I like to know what you talk about with her.
I ask her to arrange the food to eat and the coffee.
Is that all?
And also we talked about how to abolish Communist Party.
I want to make sure I get this right. I think you said and then Mr. Baldiga. If you can read line 6 again.
We talk about how to abolish Communist Party.
Ms. Wang is an officer of Golden Spring, correct?
Yes.
And you directed her to bring coffee, right?
No, I didn't direct her. I'm just hoping her to bring some coffee.
You were hoping or helping?
Help.
You were helping. Because my question to you was what you talked about with Ms. Wang. And I thought you said you asked her to bring some coffee or maybe even told her to bring some coffee?
No, your attorney office, you attorney office making and imagining things again.
What did you discuss with Ms. Wang yesterday?
Do you want me to talk about it in detail? I can talk about this for hours.
Not if the detail concerns how to overthrow the Chinese Communist Party, so I'll be more precise.
So you don't want us to abolish Chinese Communist Party? Our job is to abolish Chinese Communist Party.
And Mr. Baldiga says just answer the question. And the witness.
You don't have a question. You're just directing something.
We can just scroll down. Did you discuss with Yvette yesterday anything related to preparing for the meeting today?
Yes.
What did you discuss?
I asked her to bring those documents here.
Anything else?
I don't remember.
When was Lamp Capital created?
I don't know.
Why was Lamp Capital created?
I don't know.
Who created Lamp Capital?
My son.
How do you know that?
Because I borrow money from my son to pay attorney fee.
The question is, how do you know that your son created Lamp Capital?
Because my son said it.
He told you himself?
Yes.
Did he ask for any advice from you about whether to create Lamp Capital?
No.
Did he ask you your opinion on whether he should create Lamp Capital?
No.
Did he tell you why he was creating Lamp Capital?
No.
Thank you. Do you have an understanding of what business Lamp Capital is engaged in, if any?
No.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus let us now publish 1404B. Is this excerpt from this same creditors' meeting?
Yes.
If we could scroll down. And again, the answers in this excerpt are coming from Mr. Kwok?
Yes.
Among the documents that you filed were some specific notes, and one of those notes discusses the residents of Taconic Road or on Taconic Road. And then there's a reference to Mr. Harbach. Do you recall who he?
He's an attorney for at least one creditor, perhaps more.
If we can scroll down. I'll start at line 21. First question. Is it true that all expenses related to the Taconic Roadhouse are paid directly by family and family-controlled enterprises?
Yes.
Which family members?
My wife, sometime by my son.
Which family-controlled enterprises?
Which country, my wife.
Your wife's not an enterprise. I'm trying to ask which family-controlled enterprises pay the expenses for the Taconic House?
Greenwich, LLC.
Incidentally, how do you know that your wife or sometimes your son pay these expenses?
Because I live there.
Did you observe them pay the expenses?
Yes.
Is that ever at your request?
I don't remember I request anything.
Does Greenwich Land LLC, yes, Greenwich Land LLC, own any other real estate beside 373 Taconic Road?
I don't know.
The court said we're going to stop there. Members of the jury, you have graciously agreed to stay until 5 p.m. tomorrow. That's Tuesday. On Wednesday and Thursday we're going to go to 2:45, and on Friday you have the day off. The following week Monday, the 1st of July, you have off. Tuesday and Wednesday you come in. Then Thursday and Friday, the 4th and the 5th, you have off. And so what I'm asking you to please think about this evening, you don't have to tell me now. Could you stay for a full day on Tuesday and Wednesday, July 2nd and 3rd? You can think about it and tell me tomorrow morning. In the meantime, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Don't permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Don't read, watch or listen to anything from any source that touches upon the subject matter of this case. Have a good evening.
The law clerk said, jury exiting.
Jury not present.
The court said, sir, you may step out of the courtroom. Don't discuss your testimony.
Witness temporarily excused.
The court said, please be seated. Is there anything before we reconvene in the morning?
Mr. Cumraju said, not from the defense, Your Honor.
Mr. Ferguson said, no, Your Honor. Just for context for the court, I have I hope around 15 minutes left. This is the last excerpt. We're almost there, and then I think pretty short questioning after that.
The court said, great. All right. Have a good evening.
Adjourned to June 25, 2024 at 9 a.m.